Yeah, wait for you. Elaine, you ready? Will, ready? You ready? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm ready. You ready? Okay. Oh, we live. Okay. This guy. Yeah. So we're going into the executive session. Yes, maybe that's the way we should go. Can we just cut out the sandwich?
We'll just open the work session and immediately proceed those, any member or commission can just make a motion to go into executive session. Have a second, take a vote on that and then we'll proceed. Yes.
You want me to open?
Just on the work session.
Okay.
Open.
Want me to open?
Yeah, go.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. And welcome to the City of Mount Vernon's Planning Board meeting, May 6, 2026. This is the working session. And at this time, I'm going to make a motion that the board goes into executive session at this time.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are there any questions?
Favor?
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
We don't.
How's this work? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We have now concluded our executive session. I'm Commissioner Vivian Salmon, and I will like to make a motion tonight that we extend our acting chair as Jamel Thompson for this evening. He will facilitate this meeting. Thank you. May I have a second that we
Second.
motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposers? Thank you so much. Commissioner Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. So we are currently coming out of work session in executive order, and we will get started with the meeting tonight. All right, so a regular meeting of the City Planning Board will be held on Wednesday, March 6th at 6:30 p.m. in the City Council Chambers on the second floor of Mount Vernon City Hall. The Planning Board work session was held already at 6 p.m. in the City Council Chambers. The applicant and members of the public will be permitted to attend and make public comments via in-person attendance and Zoom. We will start today's agenda by having a roll call starting from my left. Jamel Thompson,
Vivian Salmon.
Charles.
Charles White.
Are you- Thank you. Let it be noted that the roll call has been established for tonight's meeting. Item number 2 is the approval of minutes, March 4th, 2026. Has everyone gone over the minutes for March 4th?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do we have a motion to approve those minutes?
Second.
All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, item number 3 is an administrative item. 3.1, case number PB 25-3, 408 South 7th Avenue, section 169.38, block 3063, lots 3 and 6, and the RMF 6.75 multifamily resident zoning district. The owner is Nelson Baroa of 404-414 South 7th LLC and is represented by Mr. Shaheen Badali, the lead design professional. The applicant was requesting a site plan approval to construct 6 new 3-story attached dwellings, unit townhouses, and 1 structure on the combined existing vacant lots. A draft resolution was with conditions regarding revised plans that show a 6-foot-high solid ground dampening walls between the 2 roof
terraces, granite curbing along with the entire frontage of the property. And a percolation test was performed to ensure that the proposed subsurface stormwater treatment devices will properly function, was requested at the planning board meeting on March 4th, 2026. The board shall now vote on determine whether the application is ready for the final approval. So, Lucas, do you have that resolution, that draft?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, like you know, the copy of the how it turned out.
So do you want to just read in, to make sure that the conditions that were proposed are met? You're gonna read the draft resolution to show that the conditions were met, and then we can put it into the record?
Well, I mean, normally I don't read the resolution. I mean, I can if you like, but the conditions, I mean, are for what they need to satisfy before getting the building permit. So kind of going forward from this date between now and when they get the building permit.
Okay, all right. So we can move on to the next,
I just need you to vote for it as,
oh, yes. okay.
yeah.
All right, so, let's
Make
put
a
a
motion
vote
that
for
we
the-
accept the resolution as drafted.
So we make a motion that we accept the draft resolution as drafted. Do we have a second? Second. All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right. All right, so the draft resolution has been accepted. Second item, 4.2, case number PB 26-3. This is 21 East Prospect Avenue, section 165-.62, block.
I think
Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. My apologies. This is, my apologies. This is a new public hearing. 4.1, case number PB 26-1, 550 North Columbus Avenue, section 165.25, block 2037, lot 31 in the R1-4.5 Single Family Residence Zoning District. Regarding public notice, the board has received an affidavit of mailing stating that on March 23rd, 2026, notice was mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the site. An affidavit of sign posting stating that on April 21st, 2026, a sign was posted at the site giving notice of the planning board's May 6, 2026 meeting. The board also received photographs showing that the sign posting on the property provided notice for today's meeting. Proof of publication was submitted showing the notice was published in the Journal News on March 20th, 2026, and on March 23rd, 2026. The owner is the Sinai Free Synagogue and is represented by Demetrios A. Komodoromos, RA, the lead design professional. The applicant is requesting a special permit approval to operate a New York State Section 4410 Special Education Preschool Program to serve children with disabilities. The program is currently fully licensed as a daycare by New York State Office of Children and Family Services. The nonprofit organization operating the program with funding from the New York State Education Department, Rising Ground, intends to lease existing classroom space from the Sinai Free Synagogue as currently configured and permitted under the existing certificate of occupancy. No construction, renovations, or alterations to the building or classroom spaces are proposed within the existing space to be used as is. The subject property is located on North Columbus Avenue in the R1-4.5 Single Family Resident Zoning District. Can we have the applicant and those associated with this case come forward? All right, before we start, we're gonna have a couple housekeeping things. Again, this is a public hearing, so if you are in the online or if you're here in person, you will have the ability to speak. We are requesting that we have a 3-minute shot clock in place for tonight's meeting. All right, thank you. So as you come forward, please put your phones on vibrate and any conversations, please go outside. All right, so when you come forward, we're going to ask you to state your name and address so we can put it into record. Thank you.
Is the microphone not on?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Alyssa Coley. I live at 263 Summit Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York.
Right. So just give us some information about your proposed
Okay.
preschool.
My name is Alyssa Coley, and I am the principal at the Rising Ground Ames Center Preschool. We do care for students with disabilities, meaning that they receive speech, OT, and physical therapy. They are given to us by the Committee of Preschool from Mount Vernon Board of Education. And right now, we are looking to lease space from the Sinai Free Synagogue, which already has prepared classrooms. They have a drive-up parking and drop-off for our busing students. And we're just looking to continue servicing the city of Mount Vernon. This is Demetrios.
My name is Demetrios Komodromos. I live in Brooklyn, New York. Again, I think as was just stated, this is existing space that is on a certificate of occupancy as classroom space in the lower level of the synagogue community center. And we're just looking to continue the use.
So I know just kind of going through the process of how the kids arrive and that whole process. So can you just talk to that?
So our children are given, our children are given, before they come to us, we're sent referrals from the Committee of Preschool from Yonkers and from Mount Vernon. It could be from Scarsdale, New York City. And because we only approve from New York State Ed to house 2 classrooms of 8, 10, 12, and 2 integrated classrooms, we have to abide by those laws. And they're given direct busing from their Committee on Preschools. So through the Westchester County of Department of Health. So they're picked up, dropped off between the hours of 8:45 and 3:05 to go home. We do not do aftercare. We do not do early care, no weekends.
And how many students are there?
85 students.
85?
85, yes. Approximately 85, 81 right now.
Are all the 85 students going to be there on a particular day, or is it going to be split, or how does that?
Between Monday through Friday, full 5-hour program. They're given an IEP, which states every mandate that they should be given, whether it's speech, OT, or PT, between the hours of 8:45 and 3:05.
Okay, so all the means of transportation is only by bus?
By bus.
That-
Sometimes we do have a cutoff limit that if a parent tries to go to like a dentist appointment or earlier and they want to drop them off, we do have a cutoff limit. You cannot come after 10 o'clock to school. No, but every day our children are bused to school.
Okay, because what I know is going to be a big concern is traffic.
Mhm.
And I'm sure it's going to be asked. So you have a traffic study? Have you had a traffic study done?
I did get one done.
Okay,
I submitted it to,
got you.
yeah.
Yeah, the traffic study is in the file for the application.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. So let me understand, all of these children are going to be bused. Are they chaperoned in any kind of way?
The bus company gives you a driver and matron.
And a matron
Yes.
to manage the children?
Yes.
So they're going on a bus, they get off at the school, they do the activities that's necessary, they get back on the bus,
And
and they go to their respective location for, I guess, deposit to their
Yes.
family members, correct?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
there's no stretch in the community, there's nothing happening in the community, there's no activities that's going to affect the level in the communities, correct? This is all inside activities with the children,
Yes, besides serving Mount Vernon students.
besides
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
but there's no major stretch.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you.
You have any questions?
I have no question at this time.
Anyone else? Helene, everybody asked the questions?
No.
All right, so we will open it up. to-
Mr. Chairman, if I may, can staff then just report back what other departments have, there were some interdepartmental comments. Okay. So we received comments from the Department of Public Works. They did not have any comments. They reviewed, had no comments.
Okay.
City engineer responded, no comments. The fire department responded. So they responded with an inspection report. Actually, Will, can you talk a little bit about the inspection report? Because you put it in a report to the board. You might be fresher in your mind than in my mind.
And well, what can I say? It's like the existing space is the existing space.
Right.
They, when you go on North 7, you make a left and turn on. And like, you know, looking at the traffic study, the buses are gonna have to go on chicane. So there isn't like a traffic light at the intersection or anything like that. It would just be on the traffic of the day. At the moment, I live in the middle of the afternoon, so like, you know, it's not, I don't necessarily have to gauge it, but it'll be like 8:45 or 3 p.m. But it streets traffic is not busy, it's not, you know, it's like.
Right. And also, as I mentioned before, let me just look at. Also, as I mentioned before, the applicant has submitted a traffic study. I read through the traffic study, and I concur with the opinion that there will be no traffic impact to the surrounding area.
Also, our students are only aged between the ages of 3 and 5. We cannot go older and we cannot go any younger.
Thank you. All right, Lucas, so that was all the comments from the other people involved? Other
Right, so those were the interdepartmental comments from other city departments. There were written public comments received. It's at your discretion if I read them into the record, or you may prefer to hear the oral comments first and then ask me to read the written comments later.
Correct.
However you wish to proceed.
Yeah, we'll go to the oral comments first, and then we'll come back to the comments. And
Okay,
place them in the
sure.
record. All right.
If you would like me to, given the volume of people here, if you want to time restrict the comments, please let me know and I will do that.
Yeah, please, let's put a 3-minute,
Just three
shot clock.
minutes,
Correct.
okay. Very good.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready, so I can open up the public hearing. All right, so we're going to open the public hearing for this particular case. If anybody here from the public is here to speak, we ask again that you state your name and your address. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Gabriel Thompson. I live at 33 Rayner around the corner. I'd like to state that I think that it's very close to the bench. I'd like to state that I think that it's fairly cruel and unprofessional to have strung along the applicant this far. The applicant is seeking, without first making sure that they have statutory, that this board has the statutory authority to grant a special use permit to operate a daycare. Because there's some conflict in the paperwork. So in the notice here and from the buildings, like this is not a licensed private school. It does not have a charter from the Board of Regents, which is what is required to operate a public or a private school in R1 4.5 district. Only public schools are allowed as a right, and it is a special permit to operate a university or a private school. But like I said, private schools have a charter from the New York State Board of Regents. They are attempting to operate a daycare. They are licensed as a daycare, this is their words, by the New York State Office of Children and Family Services. Daycares or preschools or daycares or nurseries are not allowed in this zone. They're not even allowed by special permit. The least or the most restrictive zone that allows this use is R2 4.5 zone. So if you look at the allowable uses by special permit under, what is it, 267-17, they do not list daycares. They do not list, and there's a good reason. You might live in a single-family home, any number of you. If you were to break the law and in an ultra vires manner, grant them this special permit, not only would it be subject to immediate and easy reversal in a court, but what you'd be saying is that your neighbor should be able to also operate a daycare or a preschool out of their home, and then your other neighbor, and then every other neighbor on that block, because the law has to apply to everyone equally. And this board has unfortunately been subject to a non-conforming use not properly being put before the Zoning Board of Appeals for a use variance and suffer through tumultuous hell. And that's not fair to the public. It's not fair to this board. This board is not served by the staff of the city. I think the staff in the city is incompetent. Earlier, when you went into executive session, I was just asking the reason, because it is in the plain language of New York State Opens Meeting Law and the statute that the reason must be given. And it must be not overly general. You have to still treat it with confidence. You don't want to break that, but it must be given. And if people, staff here who take my tax dollars want to say they don't have to comply with state law,
Your time is up, sir.
I would like to submit these to the record. I'm going to give them to Maria, but then I suggest they find another place to work. And I thank this board is very patient. And I think a very fair board. And I'm sorry, I know you are just residents and basically volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Much smaller. My name is Jerry Zimmerman Rubino. I'm a speech pathologist that works at the Ames Center. I want to be very clear that the Ames Center is not a daycare center. We do not have random drop-offs and pickups. We have the buses, as Alyssa stated earlier. We have students. I'm not a specialist in law or licensure associate or what differentiates what is a daycare or preschool. We are a preschool. We service little children from 3 to 5 with special needs. I'm a speech pathologist. Every day, I and many of my coworkers who are here today work with children who are just learning to say their first words, take their first steps. Children who've worked harder at the age of 4, by the age of 4, than most of us have ever worked in our lives. These are not abstract children. They are our neighbors and our grandchildren. They are the kids that you might see at the grocery store or at the park. They have favorite colors, silly laughs. They love being sung to, and they deserve every fighting chance to reach their potential. What we're asking is not for anything radical. The synagogue already exists. The community already exists. And we're simply asking for the chance to serve these kids inside of a building that's already here, in a neighborhood that's already here, for amazing children. And this building has the capacity for the compassion, and this city has the capacity for compassion. We at the Ames Center are committed to being good neighbors because that's what we want our children to become. What's really at stake. These families are not asking for special treatment. Sorry. They're asking for the same thing that every parent asks, a safe place where children can grow, be challenged, and celebrated. Mount Vernon has this chance right now to be the community that says yes when it mattered. And I just want to say that history remembers the people who opened the door. These are little children, 3, 4, and 5, who need speech, OT, and PT to move on with their lives. And we will service that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it possible to move the podium to the middle so they don't just squeeze?
Pardon? You want to move it?
Yeah.
To then the camera can't see you. Huh? If we move it, then the camera blocks you.
On the camera.
You want to be on.
Doesn't block me. This one. Anyone else from the public? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Foreman. I reside at 28 Columbia Place, right around the corner from the synagogue. When I received the first notice, it was blank. It did not have any specificity. I do not believe it followed proper protocol, including the signage that was posted, which is the reason why I denied it. I sent in my request for denial. I continue to state my refusal and denial for this for several reasons, one of them being the facts stated by my neighbor here in the neighborhood. The other reasoning is for the fact that I am not clear on what this special permit entails. I'm not clear on what this special permit contains, what the restrictions are, when the school, daycare, whatever you want to call it, needs to come back and ask for more students, or if they want to build something, or if they want to expand the space, or if they need more parking lots, or if they need to do construction once they get in there. They're saying now I don't need to do anything, but you may get in there and need to do things. And I moved to the Huntswood neighborhood for quiet enjoyment. And I just want to make sure that before the board makes this decision, that they have done their due diligence, they understand the law is being abided by, and the neighbors, the homeowners and the taxpayers who are going to be affected by their decision has the full understanding of the impacts for the homeowners. That is simply my case. As far as the studies that were done that I quickly read through today and the materials that were posted online, I saw conflicting information. One document said that there were 30 teachers or personnel. The other document said there were 20. I just would like to see clarity in what's going to be happening here, as far as there not being any, traffic lights, or as far as safety is concerned for the buses that will be in the neighborhood. I know the gentleman spoke earlier about him visiting the area during a commuting session. I've lived in the neighborhood for 13 years. It is very congested during those times. It is very difficult to even come out of Palmer and turn onto Columbus because there is already a ton of traffic in that area, including the buses. They travel at high speeds. There's a blind curve south of where this space will be, and I'm concerned for the well-being of the students and the teachers and whoever will be commuting to that area. So I just implore this board to please do your due diligence. Please understand your facts and circumstances, have the necessary legal counsel, make sure you are following the law, because that is your job. Thank you.
Yeah. If the applicant would like to respond to her concerns regarding potential to expand hours, other concerns, if you want to address, you can.
Yes, I'm sorry. And I
And
to
just
address your
address them.
concern. Oh, I'm sorry. So,
She'll hear.
I'm sorry.
Who are you speaking to us? And then
so for the last 25 years, we've contained and held a classroom of 7. We don't go above that, even though the synagogue has a large variety of 11 classrooms on their occupancy, but we will only be using 7, and we're not asking the New York State, to modify our school program or to do any of that. The reason why you also see 30 is because we do have 30 staff, but I believe they had asked me about so there's 7 classrooms, and each class has 3 teachers, 1 special ed teacher with 2 teacher assistants, which makes us 21 staff. But then we have the other 9 that are speech, OT, and PT that vary on days. Now, they don't all drive to work. A lot of our staff, because we've been in the border of Riverdale, the Bronx, and Yonkers, they've taken public transportation, which the MTA is also located. It's also a good area, and I think the 40 bus or the 41 bus stops right there, which that's the reason why I said 21 of the school staff, and then the breaking up of physical therapy, OT, and PT, because not every student gets that. It depends on their mandate.
thank you. And anyone else from the public is here to speak?
Hello, my name is Barry Natchez. I'm an Rochelle resident, but I'm a lifelong congregant at Sinai Free Synagogue. The property itself was purchased 99 years ago, 1927, and the committee that was involved in purchasing it included all 4 of my grandparents. It has had a school on the property for 99 years. It still has a school. Whether Rising Ground ends up occupying the space now.
Miss.
This is not behavior. You do not address, no, you have a
The
time to
property-
speak later.
The property that was purchased originally had both the current building, the house that is attached to it, which originally was the rabbi's home, and a separate building which was subdivided in 26, 27 years ago. The original educational building and the original sanctuary building was where Sunrise Assisted Living currently exists. Okay, the property, the entire property was purchased by Free Synagogue of Westchester 99 years ago. It's listed in everything the city ever had on the property, even because I believe it predates some of the zoning, that when they started the zoning, it says for religious organization and for a school. We looked into this before we started to look to see if we could find a tenant. We still have run a school in the school, but it's only on it's only on weekends. And part of our mission is to try to work with the community, help the community. This is not a daycare. Daycare does not get approved from the New York State Department of Education, doesn't get funded by the New York State Department of Education. Okay? There are some minor things in how things got labeled at different governmental levels. The reason the special permit is needed, and we had asked and we checked on zoning before we even showed the building to anybody. We had some other similar type of groups were interested. Before we showed the building, we asked the city, is this correct? The building department did advise us that, yeah, that's what it shows. The state of New York is requiring that Rising Ground gets something in writing from the city, basically stating that, yes, it meets the zoning requirements because it's listed right in the zoning that it does allow for educational. And this is not daycare, it's educational. Apparently, Mount Vernon's policy, and appropriately, is you don't just write a letter like that. It comes to the planning board for a special use permit to confirm that that is appropriate and correct.
The 3 minutes are up.
And that's basically why we're here asking for this.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else from the public, just come forward, please. Again, just state your name and your address.
Hello, how are you all? I am
Good evening.
a teacher at Rising Ground. I know that we're here to discuss the relocation of our school. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am a teacher at Rising Ground. I know we're here to discuss the relocation. We are essential. We provide a structured environment.
Would you place your name and?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Melissa Brown, 200 West 136th Street, New York.
Thank you.
Again, we're here to discuss the relocation of Rising Ground. We provide essential services to our students in a loving, caring, structured environment. And as the teacher before me stated, it is a loving, caring environment. These children need our services, and that's what we want to provide. We are not here to be disrespectful to the community, but to be positive to the community and to the students in which we service. And we would just love to be given that chance for their education to continue.
Thank you.
And we have a wonderful principal. She's approachable. She's kind. She listens. She has an open door policy. And we need that kind of structure. So please, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the community or the public, I should say? Again, state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
Mark Bridge, 97 Hillside Avenue, Mount Vernon. This is my daughter, Akira. She goes to Ames currently. And it's done a lot of good things for her. And, it'd be great for the community if, we have Ames here as well. especially now. It would have been beneficial for her because she's in Mount Vernon, but we had to go to Yonkers, but it's fine. So it's a benefit for all the kids. You know, she's on the spectrum and really helps her out. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. So anyone else from the public would like to speak regarding this? All right, so I know someone mentioned, you know, just, she mentioned that, so the kids 3 to 5, they get bused in. The buses are self-contained on the property, right? There's no blocking of traffic or anywhere. They drive up, the kids come out, they're, a teacher or someone picks them up off the bus, they go inside. The bus comes out, drives back on Columbus and goes their way. There isn't any impact necessarily to the commute and, you know, the back and forth on Route 22 or South Columbus, correct?
Correct. We were not let off on particularly South Columbus on the street side. This is why we also thought it was a great location because they have their own driveway and roundabout. And I did want to say, especially to this wonderful lady right here, that we do apologize. I'm sorry. I wanted to apologize that the special permit that we did issue to the neighbors, it was kind of like a pre-print. So I didn't want to adjust anything and get in type of anything. So that's my fault. I would have been I'm very open to be, you know, transparent on what we are and what we do, but it was kind of like a pre-printout of what to mail. But yes, as you were saying, we don't let off on the corner of Columbus and Palmer, or, you know, where California Road. No, it has its own entrance and drop off, its own about 30 parking spots on lot, in which I think about 11 or 12 of us do drive. Yes. Parking is on site, is not on the street where to inconvenience anyone from their own private parking.
Thank you. Fellow commissioners, anyone else has anything else?
I have no comments.
Staff, anyone has any comments?
There were written comments that were submitted. If you would like me to read them.
All right.
I will.
Yeah, let me just make sure, anyone else from the public would like to speak regarding this action? All right, thank you. All right, Lucas, you can read those comments
Okay,
into the
just
record.
Bear with me a second. Okay, a lot of the comments were just submitted using the consent forms or objection forms that the applicant was required to mail with the notice of public hearing. I'd like the board to be mindful that in some cases, the notices of public hearing sent by mail by the applicant to the residents. In some cases, those notices were received before the application materials were posted online. And we received some of those forms back from constituents before the application materials were posted online. So some of these forms were sent in, there was nothing online that someone could review. And so I believe, having read some of the comments, that some of these comments were informed by things that were on social media that I saw in the days prior to the posting of the full application online. Okay, the first is a consent form. This is from Cheryl Bordes, 259 East Ebonia Avenue, Mount Vernon. No comment was written other than the form was sent in. Second consent form is from Edward P. Knight from 40 Columbia Place. Consents with the statement, good neighbors, very respectful of all of us, quiet, keep area clean, et cetera, et cetera. This is, okay, this person sent a photo, so I have to zoom it. Oh boy. Okay, this is from a consent from Louise Ciampi, 64 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. She wrote, along with her consent, she wrote, I encourage the synagogue to make use of their available space for the betterment of the community. And next, we have another consent form from bear with me.
Yep.
Okay. This looks like it's from Maureen Maitland, 492 North Columbus Avenue. Consent form with no written statement. Then we have another consent form from Yuslin Robinson, 15 California Road. Consent form with no written statement. Okay, now we'll move on to the objection forms. This objection form is from Lorraine Carpino, 48 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. This includes comments that read as follows. Number one, no slipping into a tax-exempt synagogue property under the guise of special project. Number two, private schools not permitted in this residential zoning district under 267-17 of Mount Vernon Code, no special permit application. Number three, there is no unnecessary hardship tied to property, no use of a variance. Number four, the synagogue is owned by a tax-exempt group for a religious situation. Number five, Mount Vernon has tax problems without adding this vague, inadequate letter without neighbors' objections. Okay. Next objection form is from Musaf Udin, 213 Lawrence Street. Objects with no comments. Next is Linda Gordon, 67 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statement. Number one, the notice was woefully inadequate. The signs not properly displayed. Number two, no commercial activities in a residential zone. Number three, there is no hardship for a variance. Number four, this is an attempt to avoid paying taxes in a city that can ill afford it. Okay, next objection form is from Joanne Socadato, 61 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. She objects with the following comments. Number one, no slipping into a tax-exempt synagogue property under the guise of a special permit. Number two, private schools not permitted in this residential zoning district under 267-17 of Mount Vernon Code. Number three, there is no unnecessary hardship tied to property, no use of variance. Number four, synagogue owned by a tax-exempt group for a religious situation. Number five, Mount Vernon has tax problems without adding this vague letter, expect neighbors' objections. The next objection form is from Lauren Ann Fragola, 63 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. Objected with no statements. The next objection form is from Reva McPollum, 31 Palmer Avenue, Mount Vernon. She objects with this statement, defective notice, proposed use not allowed by zoning code. The next objection form is from Ronald Lamato, 52 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statements. Number one, no slipping into a tax-exempt synagogue property under the guise of a special permit. Number two, private schools not permitted in this residential zoning district under 267-17 of Mount Vernon Code. No special permit application. Number three, there is no unnecessary hardship tied to property, no use of variance. The synagogue is owned by a tax-exempt group for a religious institution. Number four, Mount Vernon has tax problems without adding this vague, inadequate letter without neighbors' objections. The next objection form is from Kimberly Foreman, who spoke earlier, 28 Columbia Place, objected with no written comments. The next objection form is from Paul Camerota, 9 Raynor Avenue, Mount Vernon, objected with no written comments. The next objection form is from Todd Smith, 297 East Livonia Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York, objected with the following statement, reason unspecified. The next objection form is from Richard Brennan, 61 Carwell Avenue, Mount Vernon, objected with the following statement, the request does not align with the current zoning. The next objection form is from Marie Hickey, 61 Carwell Avenue, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statement. Our area is not zoned for that type of use. The next objection form is from Francis Johnson, 22 Adams Street, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statement. Number 1, far more traffic and parking impact where will cars park. Number 2, loss of customer parking. Number 3, noise. Number 4, pollution. Number 5, odor. Number 6, fumes. Number 7, zoning change. Number 8, black building, ominous, foreboding, morning, mystery, uninviting, cold, depressive. Number 9, further decrease property value. The next objection form is from Timothy Foreman Jr., 28 Columbia Place. Objects with no written statement. The next objection form is from Maureen Wood, 7 Southfield Road, Mount Vernon. Objects with no written statement. The next objection form is from Wilma A. White, 246 Commonwealth Avenue, Mount Vernon. Objects with no written statement. The next objection form is from Ian R. Telford and Stacy Ann Rose Telford, 2 California Road, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statement. There's not enough information known about this project. No environmental studies, no public hearings, no info on impact on current neighbors excessive of traffic patterns. The next objection form is from Nancy Halloran, 6 Raynor Avenue, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statement. I want this community to remain strictly residential. The next objection form is from Robert Marinaro, 17 Rockledge Road. Objects with no written statement. The next objection form is from Gina Pusia, 17 Rockridge Road. Objects with no written statement. All right, this is another photo someone took, so I got to zoom out. Sorry, sir. Okay. This is from Julia Drogan, 16 Palmer Avenue. Objects with the following statement. The introduction of a daycare school raises concerns. A daycare would increase daily traffic parking on my block on safety issues. The noise level would not be ideal for a residential area. Our backyard faces the property, and when outdoor play and arrival departure would disrupt the quiet character of the neighborhood. Zoning regulations exist to prevent neighborhood character, and this proposed is given against, that's illegible. Okay. Yeah, I gotta zoom back out again. Oh, there's another one. This one is from Kim Forlani and Carol Forlani of 18 Columbia Place, Mount Vernon. Objects with the following statement. Noise, congestion, increase in taxes. The next objection form is from Ann Guarino, 36 Rockridge Road, Mount Vernon. Object to the following comment. This area is for single-family homes. There is already a senior residence facility. Many homes have this in their backyards. Okay, then a couple of statements were handed to us just now. This is an objection form from Jennifer Reedy, 35 Rockridge Road. Concerned about increased traffic in our neighborhood. High traffic results in cars speeding on our streets to avoid lights on Route 22. The next objection form is Mitchell and Barbara Ross, 27 Rockledge Road. Objects with the following statement. 1, lower property values in residential area only. 2, increased crime. 3, noise at all hours. 4, traffic congestion. The next objection form is from Barbara Petrino, 33 Rockbridge Road. Objects with the following statement. They are not, I may have to turn a little, this is very small print, I'm sorry. They are not eligible to apply for a special permit for a private school as they are not a chartered institution by the Board of Regents of New York, as the very code they cite as qualifying them for a special use permit and that the building department says they need. Mount Vernon Code 267-32A2, the institution shall be chartered by the Board of Regents of the State of New York and shall be operated in accordance with the requirements of the New York State Education Department. 267-17, residence district allowed primary uses only include public schools, and private schools are only allowed by special permit, which they see above do not qualify for. And the daycare and nurseries are not allowed by special permit in the R1 district, nor is that what it is. There is already enough congestion in the area between the assisted living facility, the high school, Pennington, and Montfort Academy nearby. Then another, well, this objection form has no name on it. In addition to that, we also received a number of written email statements. I will read the first one now. This one was sent on Sunday, April 5th. It was sent by, I believe, Miss T. Boyd. The subject heading is More Land Use Shenanigans. Dear Secretary Pace and members of the Planning Board, here we are again with Mount Vernon residents being asked to accept the land use process that appears to be making it up as it goes along. This time, the issue is a proposed preschool or private school use at 550 North Columbus Avenue, Route 22, on property owned by the Sinai Free Synagogue and tied to Rising Ground. And before anyone gets to the merits, there is a threshold problem, the defective public notice. According to objections submitted to the Planning Board and multiple emails from community members, the hearing signage was affixed to city-owned trees along Route 22 rather than posted in a lawful manner consistent with the Planning Board rules and basic notice requirements. Resident Gabriel Thompson formally objected on that basis and asked that the matter be removed from any upcoming agenda until lawful notice is provided. He also requested the full application file and written explanation of the legal basis for treating this use as permissible. At the same time, neighbors described this notice they received as deficient and void of pertinent information. In fact, it was the notice, vague to the point of being almost meaningless, that sparked the initial community email chain as residents tried to figure out what exactly they were being asked to respond to. This is not a minor technicality. Public notice is not decorative. It is the mechanism by which affected neighbors learn what is proposed, understand what is at stake, and decide whether to appear and be heard. If the notice is defective, the process is defective, period. But the notice issue is not even the biggest problem. The more fundamental question is whether this use belongs there at all. Under the Mount Vernon zoning code, private schools are not listed as permitted use in the applicable residential district, and calling something a special permit application does not magically make a prohibited use permissible. If the code does not allow a private school there, then the site plan review and special permit packaging do not solve that problem. They just obscure it. That leaves a use variance as the only possible path. And that is where Mount Vernon always seems to go off the rails. Use variances are not rubber stamps. They require stringent showing of unnecessary hardship tied to the property itself. Here, the property is owned by a tax-exempt synagogue, not by a struggling commercial owner unable to realize any economic use of the parcel. That raises the obvious question, what exactly is the hardship and who is supposedly suffering it? If the answer is really that an outside operator wants to use a non-conforming site because it's convenient, that is not a use variance case. And the fact that this application is being entertained, the fact that it is the community pointing these things out to the people who are supposed to be the experts is exactly the problem here. Because this is not just about one preschool application, it is about a recurring pattern in the city. Defective notice, vague paperwork, missing legal analysis, and an expectation that the board or the public will simply go along with a proposal first and ask zoning questions later. It is exactly the attitude and behavior that led to the adoption of a terrible comprehensive plan that residents have now sued to annul. If you all believes this use is lawful in this district, then the public is entitled to see the code section, the legal reasoning, and the full file. If you cannot identify a lawful basis, then the matter should not be advanced 1 inch further. There is also an entirely practical question hovering over this proposal. And this is in bold. Why force a questionable school use onto a tax-exempt religious parcel in a residential area if the use does not fit in the first place? Okay, back to regular font now. The one neighbor in the email chain noted a former school site on Locust would make more sense and would remain on the tax rolls. That may or may not be the right answer, but it at least reflects the serious question Mount Vernon officials should be asking before trying to shoehorn an apparently impermissible use into the wrong place. The board should not let this application get wings, as one neighbor put it, until the threshold questions are answered. Is the notice lawful? Is the application complete? What exact zoning provision authorizes the use? If none does, why is this matter being treated as though it is properly before the board at all? Mount Vernon does not need another improvisational land use process. It needs a government capable of saying 3 simple words when the law does not permit something. Not here, next. Practice it, folks. Power to the people. The next written comment comes from Gabriel Thompson, dated April 3rd. To Planning Board and staff, I am writing to formally object to the inclusion of the application submitted by Rising Ground in conjunction with Sinai Free Synagogue on any upcoming Planning Board agenda. First, the public notice for this application appears to be defective. Signage has been unlawfully affixed to city-owned trees along Route 22 in clear violation of applicable municipal requirements and Planning Board Rule 19 governing notice. Improper notice alone is grounds to withhold this matter from proceeding until full compliance is achieved. Second, and more fundamentally, the proposed use appears to be impermissible, under the Mount Vernon zoning code. A private school is not listed as an allowed use within the applicable residential district under 267-17. As such, this use cannot be authorized by special permit or site plan approval. The only potential pathway for such a use would be a use variance. However, it is unclear how the applicant or the property owner, a place of worship, could meet the stringent statutory requirements for use variance under New York law, including demonstrating unnecessary hardship. Moreover, serious questions exist as to whether the synagogue as property owner would even be eligible to pursue such relief for this type of non-conforming third-party use. Given these deficiencies, the application is not properly before the board. Accordingly, I request the following. Number 1, immediate removal of this matter from any pending or upcoming agenda until all notice requirements are fully and lawfully satisfied. Number 2, production of the complete application file, including all submissions, correspondence, and internal memoranda. Number 3, a written explanation identifying the precise legal basis upon which staff believes this proposed private school use is permissible in this zoning district, including citation to the relevant provisions of the zoning code and any supporting legal opinions. Absent a clear and lawful basis, advancing this application would be inconsistent with the city's zoning framework and prejudicial to the surrounding residential community. Please confirm receipt of this request and advise as to when the requested materials will be made available. Okay, and then we have another letter submitted by Gabriel Thompson. This was submitted today. May 6th, dear Chair and members of the Planning Board, I write regarding the application by Rising Ground for a special permit in the R1 4.5 Residence District. The proposal should be denied because the use does not qualify as a permitted private school under the Mount Vernon zoning code and instead constitutes a nursery school daycare use, which is not permitted in this district. Number 1, the zoning code requires a private school to be chartered by the Board of Regents. Section 267A2 of the Mount Vernon zoning code expressly defines the type of private school eligible for consideration in residential districts. The code requires that such a school be chartered by the New York State Board of Regents. This language is precise and limiting. It does not refer broadly to programs conducted under or approved by the state. Rather, it requires formal chartering by the New York State Board of Regents, a legal status that applies to recognized educational institutions operating as schools within the state system of elementary and secondary education. Number two, Rising Ground is not chartered by the Board of Regents. Rising Ground operates a preschool special education program pursuant to Section 410 of the New York Education Law. While such programs may be approved providers of services, they are not private schools chartered by the Board of Regents. A Section 4410 provider does not hold a Regents charter as a school, does not operate as a K-12 educational institution, functions as a contracted service provider delivering preschool special education services. Accordingly, Rising Ground does not meet the definition set forth in Section 267A2 and cannot qualify as a permitted private school in the R1 4.5 district. Three, the proposed use is properly classified as a nursery school or daycare. The described operation serving preschool-aged children in a structured daily program falls squarely within the category of a nursery school or daycare center under the zoning code. The city's zoning framework distinguishes such uses from chartered private schools and regulates them separately. Number four, nursery school daycare uses are not permitted in the R1 4.5. The R1 4.5 district does not permit nursery schools or daycare centers either as of right or by special permit. Where the code intends to allow such uses as it does so explicitly in less restrictive districts. The most restrictive zoning district in which such uses are permitted by special permit is the R2 4.5 two-family residence district. Their omission from the R1 4.5 district must be given effect and reflects a clear legislative intent to prohibit them in single-family residential zones. Number five, the planning board cannot expand the code's permitted uses. Under well-established New York land use law, the planning board's authority in reviewing a special permit application is limited to determining whether a proposed use complies with those uses expressly authorized by the zoning code. The board may not approve a use that does not meet the code's definition. To do so would constitute a de facto rezoning, an action reserved exclusively for the city council. Number six, conclusion. Because Section 267A2 requires a private school to be chartered by the New York State Board of Regents, and Rising Ground is not so chartered and instead operates as a Section 4410 preschool service provider, and the proposed use is properly classified as a nursery school daycare, such uses are not permitted in the R1 4.5 district. Application must be denied as a matter of law. I respectfully urge the board to apply the zoning code as written. That is it for the written comments.
Thank you. All right. I asked the applicant to come back to the podium. So a couple questions were raised. Just want to get some more clarity. So I know you have students coming from different areas. Do you know approximately how many of those students are from the Mount Vernon area?
Approximately right now, about 20-something students. We also have a waiting list of students for the new school year.
Okay.
I also wanted to, I know said there was some objection about taxes. So we are a non-for-profit and we don't do taxes, and neither does the synagogue. So we're not trying to like underhand anyone through taxes. It seemed to be a great a great fit because we're a non-for-profit and they also are a religious sanctuary.
Parking was presented. So do you know how many parking spots? And I know the gentleman was from the synagogue as well. How many parking spots is at the school or the location?
I believe there was 33 parking spots, including 4 handicap. Oh, I didn't see that. We had to fill out an application asking about parking spots.
So something else was raised regarding outside noise. So again, these 3 to 5-year-olds, are they going outside? I know they have, this is us.
We do have outside time. They're not like we're not like beating drums outside. They do probably approximately go outside between the hours of about 9:45 to 10, and their lunchtime is at 11:30, and that's when they go outside. If, weather permitting, yes.
Do you know I know that it all depends, but do you have an idea of the number of buses that will be coming in and coming and going out, dropping off kids? Do you have that?
Right now, 7, and we usually 7 to 8 school buses. Our the buses maybe seat about small buses.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
not school,
I know,
not,
I know,
yeah,
I know.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, yeah,
Small minivan buses
I know.
from all county.
Gotcha. And so this is to staff. So the notice was properly noticed? Okay.
Correct. So what happened was the first, the meeting that was supposed to be held in April that was not held. There was an issue with the noticing for the April meeting. So had the applicant appeared at the April meeting, that noticing issue was valid. However, because of a lot of the feedback we've been getting from the public, from all 3 boards, not just this board, about signs that are improperly posted on properties, we now send an inspector to every site to ensure compliance. That's for all 3 boards now: Planning Board, Zoning Board of Appeals, and Architectural Review Board. The day of the sign posting, we send out a staffer to inspect each sign to ensure compliance. That happens now with every application.
Thank you. Also, it was also brought up regarding preschool being allowed in this particular space. I know our planning department said this would be okay.
So the zoning code is interpreted and enforced by the building department. They are the ones who review compliance with zoning, and that is done through the plan examiner's report. I always tell applicants that the plan examiner report is essentially your ticket into whatever board the plan examiner has assigned you to. So in this case, the plan examiner reviewed the application and said that it was a special permit use for this board to consider. That is what we go with. It is not under the planning department's purview to second guess the plan examiner. The plan examiner writes which board the application goes for, and that is what we follow. If the planning board disagrees with the planning board, with the plan examiner, you can send that back to the plan examiner. But what we do, we go on what the plan examiner submits.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh.
Do we have any?
Of uses at a preschool and daycare. I'd like to get some clarification with respect to definition of how is the program classified by the authorized agency in New York State.
I yield to Mr. Scully, and then I'll ask you a question right after him.
Yes, I'm
Thank
sorry. So, how we're qualified as a New York 4410, I'm sorry, if I can, am I allowed to show? Okay, I'm sorry.
We need all information.
There's a few copies if anybody, yes, I'm sorry. So we're given that approval from New York State, which makes us which qualifies us as a 4410 preschool, and it shows on the second page, I believe, how you can operate. So we can only operate with 2 classrooms of 8, 2 classrooms of 10, 1 classroom of 12, and 2 classrooms of a 10-to-1-to-1. So we are not trying to open more classrooms or modify an application. And no, we've been a thriving school in the community. We haven't had to, adjust anything. That's what we're hoping to continue.
Preschool and not a daycare?
But not a daycare. Yes.
Thank you.
Yard license. Sorry.
Before you go, I have one question. I noticed that you said physical therapy. Is any particular equipment that's going to be needed in the school, or you just?
No, so physical therapy mean like they do tricycles
Okay.
and go up and down stairs.
So it's no major equipment that needs?
No,
Okay.
our Our children are not wheelchair bound, just a matter of like they walking on their tippy toes due to certain diagnosis. So it's tricycles,
Small items. that
small, very
support
small
the
items that can
clinical
go in a
need.
shed.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Right.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay, very good. So you don't have to bring in a CT scan and all this other nonsense, right? Okay.
No, no.
Just want to make sure. Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
good.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners have anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Okay, Mr. Whites. Commissioner Whites.
Think, I think we need to have a better understanding of, what the true impact is of, of this use coming to, coming to the community, because that's not immediately clear to me. Still with, many of the questions that have been, that have been talked, or many of the things that have been talked about. And I would also suggest that a resolution be done to kind of cement all of the assertions that the applicant has made about classroom size, about parking, about all the various things. And that is, if the board decides to move forward, I would certainly have a resolution to hold the applicant to all the assertions that have been made in this meeting. And you can go back, this meeting is recorded, so you can pick up those items off of the recording and create a resolution for that purpose. And the last comment I'll make is, I think before the board deliberates and decides to move forward, we really need to understand the legal analysis with respect to whether Rising Ground can operate in this space, period. Because there seem to be conflicting views, and I think we need to be solid on that. From the city's perspective with regard to a potential Article 78 or otherwise. And I think it would behoove the planning board to be deliberate and take its time to ensure, that this use is on all fours from a zoning perspective and otherwise. Those are my comments.
Thank you.
Could I make a few comments? And forgive me for my voice. Again, my name is Demetrius Komodromos. I'm the architect, the applicant. I think there's been a few statements about it's a residential zone. I think we do need to be clear. This is an existing campus. This is an existing building with an existing school at this level. We're not asking to build something new. The space already exists. It's already been used this way for decades, right? And then on top of that, the certificate of occupancy of the existing building already states that that use is in use. We're not asking for a new use to be granted. We're not asking for a variance. Right? These are existing conditions, right? The next thing, we submitted drawings to the building department that were approved, stamped. We went through the process appropriately, right? So we have stamped drawings that we can show everyone. We printed them large. I think there's this implication that there's an attempt for some sort of underhanded approval. We went through all the process that the city asked us to go through, including submitting to the building department and going through this process, right? So it's curious to me that comments are being made about it's a residential zone and schools are not allowed. When you read 267-17, permitted principal uses, public schools, under uses allowed by special permit, churches, mosques, synagogues, under 3.A, 3.B, universities, colleges, private schools, right? I mean, these uses are allowed as of right, right? We're not talking about uses that are generating undue noise, undue burden on the community. It's quite the opposite, right? So I think these conditions need to be considered in light of the application, in light of the fact that we're servicing 3 to 5-year-olds within the existing community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. I can certainly appreciate that. But for me, it kind of begs the question, if it is as of right, as you say, then why is a special permit needed?
Because the process with that's laid out in the zoning resolution is that there are principal uses and then there are special permit uses. And that's why we went to the building department, and this is granted under a special permit, I think, as was noted by the gentleman before. It's just how the process works.
You're absolutely correct that the planning board has jurisdiction issuing special use permit. That's what is required here. One of the objections that we heard tonight spoke to limited view whether or not this use is in fact permitted in the, I believe it's in the R1.
R1, yeah, 4.5. Yeah.
Hearing the application and doing your analysis and review, did you confirm that this special permit is jurisdiction and permissible within the R1 and 45?
I mean, we believe that we believe it is. Well, I mean, my job is to interpret the code as a licensed professional. So it is actually about my interpretation. And my interpretation is that we actually meet the requirements of this zone, and that's why we submitted accordingly. Yes, yes. Yeah, I mean, when you read Article 267-17, B1, public schools are allowed. I know we're not a public school. And then going down to the uses allowed by special permit. I also want to know permitted accessory uses, 2A, uses and structures which are clearly incidental and customarily accessory to the permitted principal use of the lot. The principal use of the lot is a synagogue. I mean, I think we've all been to synagogues, churches, mosques that have schools as incidental uses to their primary use. That's not a stretch, right? By any means. Also, I was surprised that the secret declaration wasn't read when this was read out, because there was a secret determination saying the proposed action appears to be a type 2 action based on routine activities of educational institutions, including expansion of existing facilities by less than 10,000 square feet, right? This is another note in support of our application, right? Which was actually in the planning notes for tonight, right?
My apologies.
Yeah. So I think there's multiple avenues by which these interpretations can be used to understand and contemplate our submission. And we believe we're in line with the law.
Okay. All right, so thank you. We will table this this vote till our next meeting, which will be,
Is that a motion that needs to be voted on, or is that just to understand the point of procedure?
we're going
It
to.
has to be, it was a motion, so it needs to be seconded and then voted, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm asking, because it seemed like we were just adjourning without having a vote.
All right, so we're going to vote to keep this public hearing open. If you are, so I make a motion that we keep this public hearing open. All in favor by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, Charles, are you voting?
Oh, yeah, I said aye. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. So this public hearing is open till next meeting, which will be the
June 3rd.
June 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. What we have next? All right, next public hearing is 4.2, case number PB 26-3, 21 East Prospect Avenue, section 165.62, block 1136, lot 20, and the DB Downtown Business Zoning District. Regarding public notice, the board has received an affidavit of mailing stating that on March 23rd, 2026, notice was mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the site. The signing was posted correctly and the publication was notified. The owner is JP Morgan Chase Bank and is represented by Matt Checa, the lead design professional. The applicant is requesting a site plan special permit approval to redevelop a portion of the approximately 2.1 acre parcel, which certain sites improvements to convert a portion of the existing one-story masonry building on the property and a new Chase Bank branch that will include 3 walk-up ATMs. The proposed project will be taking the place of the existing Rite Aid pharmacy that previously operated on site. Excuse me. Hello, excuse me. Quiet down, please. The proposed project will be taking the place of existing Rite Aid pharmacy that previously operated on site, a higher intensity retail use with greater delivery activity and peak hour customer volumes that the proposed bank branch will bring in. And additionally, involves the repaving of 6 existing parking stalls adjacent to the branch, reconstructing concrete sidewalks to provide compliant accessible routes, and upgrading the lighting on site to be compliant and consistent with necessary ADA and city lighting requirements. The subject property is located on East Prospect Avenue in the Downtown Business Zoning District. Secret determination and proposed action appears to be a type 2 action based on 617.5C18. The reuse of a residential or commercial structure or a structure containing mixed residential and commercial uses with a residential or commercial use is a permitted use under the applicable zoning law or ordinance, including permitted by use permit, and the action does not meet or exceed any of the thresholds in section 617.4, ending the secret process. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So my name is Jennifer Porter. I am the attorney for the applicant, JP Morgan Chase Bank, and with my office is located at 11 Times Square, New York, New York.
All right.
So just to give the board, in addition, Mr. Commissioner, you obviously went through the basis for our proposal in the background. As you indicated, we are here tonight in connection with property that's located at 21 East Prospect Avenue. That is the formal property address, but the actually proposed improvements are taking place within a subset of that address at 47 East Prospect Avenue. It's the former Rite Aid Pharmacy portion of the existing commercial building. The building is to remain. Chase is simply looking to reskin the building along with some very minor proposed site improvements, which our engineer will walk you through on the proposed plan. Specifically, we are here this evening because the site is actually uniquely located within or at the intersection of 4 different zoning districts. So we are contained within the DB, the CB, the MB, and the RMF 15 zoning districts. However, the scope of what's being proposed falls exclusively within the DB portion of the site, and therefore that zoning, per the zoning code, controls. And within that particular zone, banks are a specially permitted use. We did submit a project narrative which explained how we believe we meet the threshold, criteria for the 3 special permit criteria for that zone. And so we believe that that approval should be granted. We have with us this evening our civil engineer from Stonefield Engineering, Mr. Fallon, as well as Mr. Fernandez, our project architect, to the extent that the board wishes to hear about, the proposed design of the building. I would like to have Mr. Fallon kind of walk you through the proposed improvements, and then we're happy to address any questions regarding the project, the nature of the improvements, or specifically the project special criteria.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jack Fallon with Stonefield Engineering and Design. Like Ms. Porter said, we're the civil engineer on the project, and our office is located at 584 Broadway, New York, New York. So just to talk about the overall site, it's about 2 acres in size, but the actual disturbance for the Chase improvements is only about 1/4 of an acre. Access to the property is provided via 2 curb cuts from Prospect Avenue, which are to remain as part of these improvements. In terms of the exterior improvements we're making to support the interior renovation, we're looking to add 3 exterior walk-up ATMs on the side of the building facing the interior of the lot. We're looking to reconstruct a portion of the sidewalk, about 800 square feet, to bring the site into ADA compliance, specifically from the ADA parking stall to the branch, as well as the walk-up ATM. We're also looking to.
Want to bring it closer to you?
Yeah.
The easel?
We're also looking to replace 2 light fixtures within the parking lot to help bring the site into compliance with the New York State security requirements. We're also looking to add 6 building-mounted lights along the facade. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are strict lighting requirements for banks, for walk-up ATMs, as well as the entrance. So we're looking to provide adequate lighting for our customers at night. In terms of the building, we're looking to add 2 signs, 1 sign facing the interior of the parking lot and 1 sign along Prospect Avenue. From a parking standpoint, there are 83 stalls within the shopping center today. We are not changing this number as part of the improvements. Just to speak about the special permit regulations, it's our opinion that we are in compliance with the special permit regulations. We are reducing the traffic in the area, staffing, deliveries, and the overall intensity of the use. The building is not going to change in size or height, which is one of the stipulations of the special permit regulation. So with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
I know you mentioned lighting. What about security cameras, things of that nature?
Chase will have security cameras as well.
Do you, this is just a site plan.
Yeah.
Do you have any drawings showing where those cameras will be and how they be structured on the building?
They might be in the architectural plans, Sean, but not on the civil plans.
Okay.
They were submitted as part of the application, so they should be included with your application packet as well.
Just like the application.
Oh, sure, sure.
Just say. Thank you.
So before you start that, can I speak with you as the attorney? So is this a change for Mount Vernon? Because there's a Chase on First Street and Fifth Avenue. I think that's on the corner. Are you relocating that particular bank
Yes.
to this Rite Aid location?
Yes, so the bank that's pretty much across the street will be closing, and in place of it will be this banking location.
Okay. Yeah, on the First Street.
Thank you.
We have a smaller version of the security plan, so we can put it up to the extent that you want to talk about it in further detail.
No, this is fine. We're going to walk us through it, right? Yeah. See. So, like, you know, we have lighting on there and all the different. If you did move that over, let me.
Correct. And my name, just for the record, is John Fernandez from TPG Architecture, and our office at 31 Penn Plaza, New York, New York. Yeah, so basically we're just skinning around the entrance of the facade. Just right now it's a brick building, not very nice. And we're basically gonna be cladding it with niche panels, which is just essentially like a cladding, like a siding, right? And then we have panels just to create like a look of columns, but fake, right? So like they're just faux pilasters. You'll see lighting along the facade, along facing the parking lot. And then as well, we'll have a light fixture on our portion of what we're taking over on the inside of the building, facing Prospect Ave. We also have the security cameras, we'll have them above the ATM, the entrance, and we also are providing an exterior door that's not currently there, facing the parking lot on the rear portion of our space. And that would be mostly just for employee entrances and then emergency egress as well.
Basically, the storefronts, we're gonna be replacing the full storefront system with brand new. It's gonna be black mullions with, you know, just thermal glazing. And then we are gonna be cutting out a portion of the brick facade on facing the parking lot to install an just the we're gonna be cutting out two portions so that we add additional storefront glazing to bring in more light to our space, as well as additional that's not currently there. We also are gonna have a canopy that's gonna stretch from Prospect Ave all around on our entrance to a low. And that's only stick out about 3 to 3.5 feet. And then we're also gonna have some sunshade along our storefront glazing where the canopy doesn't exist.
Will there be doors to close? You have to swipe into the ATM, or you just have an open ATM?
So the ATMs are exterior. We don't have, we're not gonna have
Not gonna be the
ATM.
interior.
We're gonna have interior ATMs, but not in the we're not gonna have a vestibule ATM. All
Okay.
the 24-hour ATMs are gonna be on the exterior.
So it's a busy area over there, as you know.
Correct. And on the interior, we do have, typically we don't have any interior ATMs inside of the lobby. That would be like future typically, but in this location, we are gonna have additional ATMs as well.
Okay, and so the area is busy. How does that parking work? Because it's always, you have Food Town, you have the laundromat,
Correct.
and then there's a couple of other stores. So how are we coordinating the parking? Is there specific
So-
parking for Chase, or no? It's just open parking?
I believe for parking, we do have reserved, I think we do have five spots available.
Okay.
But we don't, I mean, previously there was a Rite Aid and they definitely bring in a lot more customers than we
Yeah.
do. So I don't,
Think it's a problem?
yeah, it's gonna be, if anything, it'll be less of a problem.
Okay. And also, talk to me a little bit about the security is it into the police department, or this is just into Chase's security hub?
I believe that gets tied into both. I'm not really sure
Only because
the
I'm
nuance
concerned
how that
about the
function.
activity that happens around that corner and within that vicinity.
And Chase is very, yeah, they understand. I mean, Chase understands the security. They have a whole security team that puts
Okay.
their whole security package together. When they look at this, they
Mhm.
know like where they need to put like the cameras. If they actually, when we run our floor plan with them, they'll let us know if this is not going to work with the security team, because Chase just doesn't allow
Okay.
for certain things to happen.
All right, just want to make sure. Thank
Yeah.
you.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you said you're replacing 2 of the light posts in the parking lot?
Yeah, there are 2 light poles.
There's only 2 there now,
Yeah,
so you're replacing those?
replacing the fixtures, yeah.
Okay, and anything as far as greenery is concerned, do you have like a budget or something to enhance the area? I mean, there are some planting areas and you have a median. You guys have any ideas of maybe contributing to the beautification of that area as well?
Yeah, there are some trees located along Prospect Avenue. We don't own the shopping center. We could talk to the landlord about landscaping, but Chase is only looking to move into that space. You know, other improvements within the shopping area is something we have to coordinate with the landlord.
Okay.
So I know you mentioned the ATMs are external. Any point of making internal ATMs, only because as Commissioner Solomons mentioned, that is a busy area. And just for, security purposes, I can imagine walking up to that ATM, without swiping to get into a corridor or something like that. Has there been any thought to that?
So I'm not sure if I did mention this. So there will be interior ATMs.
No, I'm saying that's.
But
what
just
you're saying,
not-
it's open.
Oh, at 24/7, you're saying?
Correct.
Currently, that's not how, yeah, we currently don't have that.
Right, for that.
Yeah.
Can we make that suggestion? Or
I
because-
can go back to the Chase and ask.
I would
Yeah.
recommend that, only because that's a very busy area.
Yeah.
And I would feel, individuals going there would feel safer if you have to use your card to go into a vestibule to go to the ATM. That's just.
As opposed to outside?
As opposed to
Correct.
outside.
100%.
Right, because the one
Now,
now is just a line outside. I never go there because I wouldn't feel safe. Right. Standing outside, trying to take out money. So just, to bring back to you,
Understood.
your colleagues, thank you.
Yeah, also, to piggyback on what he said, we have a train there,
Correct, across the street.
you know, upstate, back
Mhm.
down to the city. That's also a bus hub.
Mhm.
So, that's why we want to express, our opinion about the safety of that area. Okay.
Understood. We'll definitely
Thank you.
take that back to Chase and
Strongly recommend.
Oh.
And the cameras, minimum 60 days, right?
Right, so I'm assuming Chase has his own security as far as how long the retention, filming is and on the cameras and things of that nature? I'm assuming you have something in
Yes.
place. So typically we recommend 60 days, right? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct, okay.
For this particular area, we may recommend 90, but that's when we have our deliberation and discussion.
We did take back.
Okay.
We actually appreciate the comments with
Right.
respect to security because we obviously want this to function the best way possible, to integrate with the community, but to be a safe environment.
Right.
I think it'll be a plus.
Is a public hearing, right? So commissioners, anyone else has anything to say?
Nope, I have nothing else.
We do have a couple of agency, well, actually, I just want to let you know that both the fire department and Department of Public Works reviewed the plans, had no comments. Additionally, we referred this matter to the county planning board. They came back with no comments. And we do have some written comments I can read after you open the public hearing.
All right, thank you. So if we have anyone from the public here to speak on this case, please come forward. Again, state your name and your address. No one? Okay. You want to say something?
Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the staffing. The services will remain the same as you move into this new location. And we will not have cut services or anything like that from Chase.
No, that's correct.
Okay, and staffing, I guess, will be comparable to support the community as you expand over to the Rite Aid location, correct?
Yes, typically we stay consistent with our number of employees at all of our branches and allow for the same types of corporate and other Chase services. So there will no be drop in level of service from what, the community is accustomed to.
Okay, and the hours will remain the same as well?
Correct.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. Since we don't have any oral comments, we will have any written comments.
Sure. We received 2 consent forms from the public. First consent form is from Michael Scarambioto, 63 East First Street, Mount Vernon. No written statements for the consent form. The second consent form is Marie Loaming, 96 Graminon Avenue, consents, but with no written comments. That's it.
All right, thank you. Charles, just give everyone an opportunity to speak. Charles, you have anything to say in regards to this case?
No, no questions.
Okay. So I'll make a, okay. So I'll make a motion to close public hearing. If there are no more comments from the public. But before I do that, let me ask counsel if he has any comments in regards to this case.
Just one comment. The applicant indicated that the service level would remain the same. Do you have any information on the existing square footage of the existing space? And how is that comparable to what's being proposed at the Rite Aid?
I don't have it the existing space right now, but the new space will be about just under 5,000 square feet.
So, since there are no comments, I think the commissioners, can we close public hearing and then move forward?
Yeah, you can close and vote on it if you feel that you're ready to do that. You can keep, if you want to adjourn it to next month, you could keep the public hearing open and adjourn it. Whatever you'd like to do.
All right, so we'll vote to keep the public hearing open. Hopefully when you come back, you would address the concerns regarding the vestibule, and closing it instead of keeping it open. We would love to have that. Also, I don't know if you went over the lighting plan. I know you said it wasn't on this one. When you come back, the lighting plan and how it's gonna look throughout the building.
We do have the lighting plan here.
Right, we're happy to walk through the lighting plan if the board wants.
Okay.
We have it present.
Oh, you do have it present? Yeah,
Mhm.
okay, sure.
All right, so for the lighting plan, these are the two poles in the parking lot we're looking to replace the fixtures on. This light pole here currently has light fixtures aimed up at the sky, which is not dark sky compliant. So we're looking to install downward facing lights that will help bring this area into lighting compliance. In terms of the building lights, we're looking to add 6 building mounted lights at 16 feet in height. These lights here on the building, and then under the proposed canopy, we also have lights for security purposes for the entrance and the ATMs.
What do they look like? We want to see what they look like.
Which ones?
What do they look like? What is the,
The lighting.
The light poles?
yes, you have a detail that looks to,
I don't think we have a detail. It's just like a black light, and the LED light is kind of like a white light facing downward, sleek fixture. It was submitted in our construction plans. I just don't have it in front of me.
Sending this way.
okay.
So yes, so again, we would prefer that the ATM space is enclosed. So I know you have to go back and speak with,
Yeah.
the appropriate individuals.
Correct.
That's a strong recommendation. And then we can, we'll vote to keep the public hearing open. Yeah. And then we'll come back next month for that. All right?
Also about the camera extension of 60 days to 90. You're going to go back and discuss it with your security team. Okay. Thank you.
So I make a motion to, keep the public hearing open.
Second.
All in favor by saying aye. Aye. And thank you. So
Thank you.
we will send information about the next planning board meeting, which is June.
June 3rd.
June 3rd.
Third. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next new public hearing, 4.3, case number PB 26-7, 140 East Prospect Avenue, section 165.63, block 1141, lots 9, 10, and 11, in the Mount Vernon East TOD 1 zoning district. Public notice regarding public notice, the board has received the affidavit of mailing stating that on April 20th, 2026, notice was mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the site. An affidavit of sign posting was received stating that on April 26, 2026, a sign was posted at the site giving notice of the planning board's May 6, 2026 meeting. Proof of publication was submitted showing the notice was published in the Journal News on April 20th, 2026, and on April 21st, 2026. The owner is the Alexander Development Group, represented by the representatives Stephen Rabel and Stuart Lax, their lead design professional. The applicant is requesting an extension of time for the existing site plan approval to construct a 21-story, 350-unit apartment complex with approximately 6,380 square feet of commercial retail space on the ground floor of the existing combined 36,615 square foot lot. The application was previously approved by the planning board with a site plan resolution at its June 4th, 2025 meeting. The applicant is still working towards the issuance of a building permit, and is requesting a one-year extension of the site plan approval to expire on June 4th, 2027, in order to allow the parties involved to proceed and issue the necessary building permit for the project. SECRA, the proposed development is a Type 1 action. Under SECRA, the City Council adopted a negative declaration pursuant to SECRA as part of its approval on February 11, 2025, ending the SECRA process. All right, so we can have the representatives for Alexander Group to come forward. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
For the record, my name's Stephen Rabel. I'm with the law firm McCullough, Goldberger and Stout here tonight on behalf of Alexander Development Group. With me tonight on behalf of ownership is Nicholas Alexander. So, Mr. Chairman, I think you summarized everything quite well. This is a mixed-use development in the TOD district on the lots known as 140, 146, and 152 East Prospect Avenue. Site plan approval was granted in June of last year. We are here simply for an extension of that existing site plan approval from the board. So just to give you a little bit of background, the applicant has been working with the city on their drawings. We received signature from your board on the site plan after reviewing with the planning department in March. They're working diligently on their building permit drawings, and we expect to file with the building permit hopefully by the end of this month. So the additional time we anticipate is going to be needed for the review and the back and forth with the Department of Buildings in order to get that building permit.
So the extension, again, is just a matter of just timing in regards to getting permits and things of that nature. Nothing financial, anything of that nature. Okay. All right. Any commissioners have anything? Any questions?
I do not.
All right. So, do we have any staff questions or any comments from city agencies?
Let's see. We received a comment from. So the Department of Public Works reviewed and they had no comments. And then we received a small number of comments written from the public that I can read when you open the public hearing. There's a small number of written public comments that I can read to you.
So again, there isn't any changes to the approved plans,
No changes to the
everything?
project since you
Just the
approved it
same.
last June.
All right. Yeah, nothing, no, you said no financial changes, so we're good. Anyone from the public? Thank you. Anyone from the public would like to speak in regards to this case? Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, hello. My name is Doris Austin Brooks. I live at 55 Elm Avenue. Now, recently we did have a case against the, against Alexander's due to, You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes. So we recently did have a case against the applicants about the property that they're trying to build with our location. Due to the fact that the case has been over a year and now there was no 30-day appeal that was made against the applicants, against the defendants in this case and the homeowners. So we just want to see the whole extension with that property. They're still having our information on as well. We just want to get some clarifications from the applicants are they still trying to move forward or if they're trying to still use our property as well towards this development that they're proceeding forward.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, no, let him respond and then you can speak. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so we were in contract on 4 properties. As the member of the public said that there was a dispute on one of these properties in, I think it was 2020, that dispute culminated and was over with. We moved forward with 3 properties. I haven't spoken to the Astor family since, and I have no ill will towards them. They are still included in the TOD1 zone, even though I don't own them. I don't own their property. I have nothing to do with their property, but their property has the benefit, if they want to use it, of taking advantage of the TOD1 zone. So, you know, that's where it's at. I've got, you know, no ill will towards them or anything. And I moved forward with the other 3 properties.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maribel Austin. That's my daughter. We are family. We live in Mount Vernon for 12 years. And I was in circumstances with Alexander. I'm glad Mount Vernon is trying to grow, but I want to leave my property alone. I don't want to get no letters for these gentlemen. I don't want to hear anything because make my husband more sick than what he is. And I'm glad the city is trying to grow, but please start bother 55 L Avenue. Thank you.
Okay.
My house is not for sale.
Oh, that's what you mean. They was calling you for.
Leave me alone.
Oh, okay. I got you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're required by the city to send mailers to everybody when we go through an action like this. And so, you know, we have to do the mailer. If, I don't know if there's any other way for us to.
No, listen, part of the process is to inform the neighbors of what's
Exactly.
going on. So that's, I don't think she didn't reference that. She said her house is not for sale. That means that's something totally different.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
fine.
I'm
Thank you.
not interested in.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? Thank you.
Good evening. Just a quick question. When are you expecting? Oh, I'm sorry. Sylvie Correa Robalo, 124 Claremont Avenue.
Thank you.
My question is, when are they anticipating breaking ground? That's number 1. And number 2 is, how is that going to affect the homeowners' taxes? Are they paying taxes or are we paying taxes on their residential development?
So again, so this board does not control pilots or anything of that nature, just to let you know of that. So that's not us, okay? But he can answer.
So it's, oh, by the way, also, I don't know if I spoke this in for the record, but my name is Nicholas Alexander with Alexander Development Group. Our review process and breaking ground is somewhat dependent on the building department. If we submit to the building department by the end of this month, then in a best case scenario, maybe after 60 days, that review process is completed. At that time, we would be able to close on construction financing and get in the ground. So an absolute best rosy case scenario would be by the end of this summer. Okay. Is it likely that it may bleed into fall? Yeah. You know, that there's a good chance that it may bleed into fall. Okay. Was there another part to that question?
Yes, she asked about.
We're not asking for a pilot.
Correct. This is a market rate.
It's a market rate project. We are not asking for a pilot. We're going to be paying our taxes. We just paid over $400,000 to the building department as part of our plan review. There's going to be more fees to the building department before they issue a building permit. We have to pay another over $400,000 to them. And we're going to be paying our sales tax. We're going to be paying our mortgage recording tax. We're going to be paying all the low-hanging taxes, and sales tax is a big one because on a project of this size, you'll generate over $5 million in sales tax. And then as the residents continue to purchase items from Amazon or whatever, they'll also include a sales tax in those purchases for the city of Mount Vernon. So all of those, smaller taxes that people don't think about, we'll be paying them.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else from the public? Again, state your name and address, please. Thank you.
My name is David Kahn, and I live at 11 Park Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York. I'd like to know if they would have, if they're gonna have a underground parking in their building. They're not?
Well, yeah, you asked, he's gonna answer it. He's
said no.
gonna, he's gonna answer you.
So as approved in the site plan, we do not have underground parking. We are using the grade of the site to our advantage. So as it slopes, it may seem like it's underground from Prospect to Portugal, but everything will be at grade and above. So there will be no underground parking.
But he may not have seen the initial site plan from before. So just reiterate how many parking spaces there will be.
I believe we have 227 parking spaces. And it will be open to the public. It'll be shared usage. And so as members of the building leave to go out throughout their day, other commuters may come in and use the train station and vice versa. So, and we found that to be very effective at 42 Broad. It gets full sometimes, but compared to the usage in the past, we've increased our membership there, I think to over 500 members.
Wow. So thank you. Thank you. Anyone else from the public? All right, so Lucas, I know you have some written comments.
Right. The first is a consent form. This comes from Peter Hibbert, 43 Rich Avenue. Consents with no written statement. And then there's one objection form from Charles Lowe, 154 East Prospect Avenue. He writes, quality of life risk, reduced privacy, loss of natural light, traffic congestion, noise disturbance, lack of parking, environmental disruption, possible damage to my personal property, building overbearing and overshadow. And then finally, we have a written letter from Vince Ferrandino, AICP, and I will read this to you. Chair and members of the Planning Board, the Alexander Development Group is seeking an extension of time in which to file for a building permit to begin construction of their building at 140 East Prospect Avenue. By resolution dated June 4, 2025, a number of conditions were affixed and made part of the site plan approval by your board, including those outlined in condition number 8 pertaining to the so-called community benefits that were to be provided by the applicant as part of the granting of a generous 3-story height and density bonus. See the attached excerpt from the June 4th, 2025 Planning Board resolution. It is evident from foils I submitted and admissions by the planning staff that after a year, no community benefits agreement exists. Now, for reasons unknown, the applicant is asking for an extension of its approvals. The 3 formerly occupied houses on the site have yet to be demolished, and the developer has yet to submit a community developments agreement specifically outlining what off-site amenities and or public improvements he will make in return for his generous density bonus, making the building at 21 stories the tallest in Mount Vernon if it is ever built. I submit that a community benefits agreement must now be submitted and approved by the Planning Department and Planning Board before any time extension is considered. To do otherwise would be letting the developer off the hook and setting a bad precedent for other like developments in the pipeline. Further, in making his request for the time extension to the Planning Board, the Alexander should provide in writing their reasons for doing so and what has caused this delay. Their last project in Mount Vernon, 42 Broad in Fleetwood, took almost 5 years to complete, and many of the promised off-site public improvements have yet to be made. It is your responsibility to make sure this does not happen again. Please acknowledge receipt of this communication, enter it into the record for the May 6, 2026 public hearing, and ensure that the community benefits agreement is approved and in place before any time extension is granted. And then he enclosed the resolution from the planning board from last year. He highlighted condition number 8, if you'd like me to read that.
Please.
Will? Okay, so
Please.
condition number 8 is that he's highlighted. It says, under the TOD1 district regulations and as a condition of this approval to obtain the necessary height bonus allowing 21 stories along East Prospect Avenue, the applicant is required to provide one or more public benefits, the value of which equals or exceeds 0.5% of the total estimated construction cost. The planning board has considered potential public benefits during its review of this site plan application and recommends to the city that the applicant install and or fund a variety of non-site related streetscape improvements to enhance the pedestrian experience in the community, together with any off-site benefits the city deems appropriate, such as options to provide 10% of the total dwelling units as affordable units averaging 80% of AMI, public art, or any of the other public benefits identified in the TOD1 district regulations. Streetscape improvements could include lighting, landscaping, sidewalk repairs, and security cameras. The planning board requests that the city consult with the planning board chairman when finalizing the applicant's provision of public benefits. PCD shall determine which city approvals are required for the off-site public benefits.
Thank you.
Sure.
Before you come up, Maria, is there any way to turn some air on in here?
Turn on the air conditioning. You sure you want that? Because then we can't hear. Because every time we turn that on, people can't hear. So.
Actually, open the door.
Yeah,
then you can't
open the
hear
door,
you.
please. Thank you.
Then you hear sirens and stuff.
All right, we're good. Council, any comments? If you can address the city public.
Yeah, the letter was from Vince Ferrandino.
Yeah, so Mr. Ferrandino's letter, I think can be addressed fairly simply, which is to say, first of all, the resolution doesn't require a formal standalone agreement. I'm not sure where he's getting that language from. It's not anywhere in the resolution, the discussions, or the approvals. That said, you have a community benefits agreement in the form of A, your site plan approval, and B, your zoning. We have to provide those community benefits equal to that amount of value based on estimated construction cost, or we can't move forward with the project. We can't get our certificate of occupancy. It is detailed in the exact section that Mr. Ferrandino highlighted, that Lucas read here. And I would say you could read it in conjunction with condition 13, which also says all of these conditions have to be baked into the building permit and the certificate of occupancy. And if you fail to comply with these conditions, we can withdraw either the building permit or the CO and pursue any additional remedies. So the board and the city has the benefit. We need to comply with zoning. A separate document isn't going to change anything.
No, I just wanted you to read it and
Yeah.
address what was the concern.
No, I appreciate it.
If, please.
You know, in Vince's letter, he brought up something that, you know, we did not provide the benefits that we were supposed to on 42 Broad. And I completely disagree with that. We provided all of the benefits that we committed to providing on our site. That is what we are able to do, right? That is what we are legally permissible to do, work on our site. Where the other items are concerned is we handed over the funds in excess to cover those items that the city could work on. So for that project, let's say, you know, there was $500,000 worth of improvements that we needed to supply to the city. We provided, I think, maybe like $350,000 of which, and then the balance of which, $150,000, we turned over to the city and it entered into the city's escrow account. So the city has that money and they can deploy it when they're ready to make those improvements. If ever a situation like that arose here, that is the exact same thing we would do. We are committed to 0.5% of the budget as required by zoning. And if we are under that, then those funds will go directly to the city and you can direct them how you see fit. Okay?
Thank you.
No problem.
So there's no further comments or written comments. I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor by saying aye. All right, so public hearing is closed. And I'll make it, oh, thank you, Charles, for getting here. Now I'll make a motion to extend, to grant the extension to, let me get this correct. Hold on. What is it?
June 4th of 2027.
Yeah. Yeah, so I make a motion to extend the approval to June 4th, 2027, to allow all parties involved to receive the proper building permits for the project. All in favor by saying aye?
Well, you need a second, right? Did someone second the motion?
Oh, sorry. Do we have a second? Huh?
The 21 East Prospect.
All right, let's do this again. So I make him a motion to extend for the property at 21 East Prospect Avenue to June 4th, 2027.
140, 140.
140. Let's strike that from the record. Where are we? I make a motion to extend for the property at 140 East Prospect Avenue to June 4th, 2027. All in favor by saying aye. Or second.
Aye.
Second.
It's the heat. I'm sorry. Aye. All opposed? Any opposed? No. All in favor by saying aye. All right, so that concludes for the extension. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's hot. I'll take a quick break. Yeah. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. I apologize. But the people gotta. I make a motion to resume the planning board meeting. All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, so new public hearing. 4.4, case number PB 26-6, 165 Summit Avenue, section 165.56, block 2062, lot 25, in the RMF 6.75, multifamily residential district. Regarding public notice, the board has received an affidavit of mailing stating that on April 22nd, 2026, notice was mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the site. An affidavit of sign posting stating that on April 21st, 2026, a sign was posted at the site giving notice of the planning board's May 6, 2026 meeting. Photographs showing that the sign posting on the property provided notice of today's meeting. A proof of publication was submitted showing that notice was published in the Journal News on April 26, 2026, and on April 23rd, 2026. The owner is MEJ Properties LLC, represented by Shaheen Padali, PE, the applicant, and serving as the lead design professional. The applicant is requesting a subdivision approval to subdivide the existing 30,953 square foot lot in 3 lots of 12,546 square feet. Lot A, 13,836 square feet, Lot B, and 5,000 square feet, Lot D. The existing 2.5-story residential structure proposed to be contained inside Lot B, which will have a 90-foot frontage along Summit Avenue. Lot A is proposed to have a 144-foot frontage and remain vacant, and Lot D is proposed to have a 50-foot frontage and to remain vacant. The subject property is 31,410 square feet and is located on Summit Avenue near Clinton Place and Claremont Avenue. Is located in the RMF 6.75 multifamily residence zone. SECRA, the proposed subdivision is unlisted action under SECRA. The planning board should vote as to whether to declare lead agency for the application.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Shaheen Badali, 2 Wilson Place, Mount Vernon, New York, 10550. I'm representing the applicant. So we have the application for a subdivision of an existing 30,953 square foot lot. As was stated, it's a through lot. It goes from Summit Avenue to Claremont. I believe most of the board is familiar, as there was an application before the board for a separate proposal last year. This application is very materially different in that we are not proposing to construct anything. We are strictly before you to subdivide the existing parcel into 3. It's proposed to create 1 new lot if we're looking directly at the house to the right. That creates a new 5,000 square foot lot. And then behind the house along Claremont Avenue, there would be a secondary lot formed, and that lot would be 12,546 square feet. The existing house would remain on a newly formed lot that would be 13,836 square feet. The formation of the new lot for the existing house would maintain all the zoning compliant requirements for the house. So there would not be any need for zoning variance or relief from any other board to maintain the house on that lot. It would have adequate parking, setbacks, coverage, etc. That's essentially it. That is the entire application. I'm just going to flip through the pages here just to display the lots.
Thank you.
We have here the existing lot. Just ask the public not to pay attention to the back. This is not to do with this application.
It's coming in, easel.
Oh, right.
Take this photo where?
On this page is displayed what the new, what the 3 new lots would look like with all the new lot lines. On the 3rd page is displayed the 3 new lots just separated so that they're displayed individually, so that it's easily viewable as to their size. All of the lots would be zoning compliant as it relates to minimum lot area. And yep, that's essentially the application. There's no improvements proposed.
Question, so there's 3 lots, because you said one on Summit and one on Claremont?
So two lots on Claremont and one on Summit. So essentially the existing one big lot
Yeah,
gets.
that's
split. Okay, yep.
I got it.
Another question. So no construction, no nothing, just selling land and that's it.
Essentially, correct.
Thank you.
Wait a minute.
Subdividing.
So they're subdividing the land into 2 components, correct?
So a total of 3. So
Okay.
2 newly formed lots.
2 newly formed lots. And the house that's already existing right now, the big house that's already
Correct.
existing, will remain there with no construction being done to that house.
No, I'm sorry if I misspoke. There is
Okay.
an application in the building department right now to renovate the house.
Uh-huh.
It's just like a straight renovation. There's no conversion to that building. It's an existing 3-family house that would just be maintained as is. There are some decent improvements happening on the inside, but the exterior of the house remains exactly as is.
So the subdivision, somebody else will build on that. Is that what you're saying? Okay, I just want to make sure I'm clearly hearing. So somebody else will build. So apparently you will sell this piece of property and then somebody else will purchase the property and then they would have to come back to whatever the process is and build upon that property, whether they want
If the
one
applicant
family
chooses
or
to do
2
so,
family.
that's certainly
Okay.
correct.
Got it. Just
thank
want to
you.
make sure I understand.
I'd also like to mention that the applicant and the owner are here and they were hoping to
I'm
just.
sorry, we can't hear. So please minimize the conversation. What were you
Sorry, I'll
saying,
speak a
sir?
little bit louder. I know I speak softly, sorry. Just that the applicant and owner are here tonight and we were hoping to just have them make a small presentation before the board as well, if I may invite them up. Thank you.
So to state your name and address, thank you.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Marian Lawrence and I'm from 180 Hamilton Avenue in New Rochelle. I'm the owner. I lived in Mount Vernon for 48 years. I know I'm not a resident currently, but hoping to move back someday soon. I own the house exclusively at 165 Summit Avenue, which was incorporated on the MEJ Properties LLC. I bought the house with the intention of restoring it. I had a partner. This is my second time coming to the board. Initially, I did not have a voice because my partner had done the presentation along with counsel, and apparently certain things were offered to them and they were in disagreement. My contention is with the house. I love the house. I love the architectural of the house. And it was always my intention to preserve the house, renovate it and preserve it. My partner, his idea was to subdivide the lot into 3 additional lots and do whatever he needed to do with it. But for me, as one half of the partnership at the time, I wanted to renovate the house. I like historic homes. And when I learned the history of the house, I made it even more favorable to have it renovated as opposed to destroying the house or selling it. I made an attempt to sell the house because, I'm so financially distressed with it because this project has been going on for 2 years. And my partner, because the planning board had not honored his wishes, he totally abandoned the property. And in light of him abandoning the property, it put me in a very financial distressed situation. Now, as I stand before you this evening, I have a new group that's working with me. This is my group standing back here who recognize how financially distressed I was and decided to step forward to assist me both economically and with the project to get this house started. One of the reasons why we're coming to you for the subdivision as opposed to doing any building on it, I need to sell the land in order to get the capital to do the renovation of the house.
So I just wanted to address, you said we didn't honor his wishes. Our role isn't to honor owner's wishes. Our role here is to hear what
I
you
understand, but I'm just,
what that word honor means, a deal was in place that we didn't do our part. That it doesn't work like that here. You come before us with your desires, and we as a board say we approve or decline. So there's no honoring there. We just, you present to us, and then we make a determination based upon what we feel is best for the community.
understood.
Thank you.
Understood. And now we're doing a total different presentation, and it has nothing to do with the presentation that was done February of 2025. This is totally separate, and that individual is no longer part of this presentation
Understood.
or project, I should say.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Trigg Jones, and I reside at 74 River Road in Nyack, New York. I am Marianne's partner. I came to this project because I've known Marianne for some time. We've worked together on other projects. She's been my accountant. She's very humble, but she's so passionate about this project and cares so deeply, not only about the project, but about coming back home to Mount Vernon, where she spent 45 years. She also spent 15 years as an accountant working for the county. And so this is really a passion project for her. And I've watched her struggle to try to maintain this property with a beautiful vision to transform it back into its pristine condition, and to really pay homage to the person who lived here. There's so much historical value in this particular property. I'm a former news anchor and reporter in New York City, Fox 5, Channel 9, and I'm now a media executive. And I have been talking with her about actually telling the story and the history behind this property, because it's something that the entire county should really embrace and be proud of, and that the nation needs to know about, because the founder, Dr. Frank Augustus Stratton, actually, and the New York Times actually called him the father of the suburbs and the father of Westchester infrastructure, because he was I would say as important as Edison was to electricity in our homes. I don't know how much of you know the history, but way back before in the 1800s, we lived by oil lanterns and then eventually gas. And that's how we had light and electricity in our homes at night. Well, it was because of Dr. Stratton and his research and his passion and his pioneering that he was able to create the very first electrified home at this exact residence, 165 Summit Avenue, in the early 1900s. And he invited everyone to come see it. Politicians, you all would have been there, because in fact, his work was right here with this board, convincing not only the local government, but all the way to Congress. He went all the way to Congress to convince Congress that electricity was necessary in our homes. And he won his battle. And not only did they agree with him, they approved a research lab for $175,000 that he and his team moved into and pioneered what we now know as electricity in our homes. This house has significant value, and I would love to support Marianne and our team here. There's no harm in what she's trying to do. There's no codes that are being broken. There's no nothing that's going
to disgrace the community. If anything, we know that Mount Vernon needs a facelift in many areas. We're here to do it. We're here to not only rebuild the infrastructure here, the home, restore this house, but our hope would be to continue to work in the community to tell these rich stories, to make sure our history is preserved, and to make sure that the community actually has a place that they can be extremely proud of. And we work hand in hand with the community, the residents, the board, and whatever's necessary to make this dream come true.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just be mindful, again, we still have a 3-minute shot clock when giving comments, okay? Thank you.
My name is Joseph Holland, 115 DeHaven Drive, Yonkers. I'm here because I do believe in Marianne Lawrence's vision and to support it. I'm a lawyer and a developer. I know this property because Marianne had brought me on board to do some legal work for her when she acquired it. And then, you know, I moved on, but then when I understood the challenges that she was having with the project and the vision that she has, particularly for 165 Summit, I came back with my partner, Mark Warren, here as a developer to, you know, do what needed to be done in terms of, you know, have it subdivided, acquiring the subdivision to help her do the renovation of the project, and, you know, to work with the community on what should go on the subdivision. I mean, we don't have at this point a specific plan, a detailed development strategy. I mean, we want to step in here and help Marianne fulfill her vision. That's the motivation. And then, you know, once the subdivision happens, and work with the community on what's the best use for the site. Is anything you want to add, Mark? Sure.
So since everyone else ran over the 3 minutes, I'll just take one. My name is Mark Warren, Millwood, New York. I'm an architect. My professional practice lasted for about 13 years early on. I've gone through public sector and worked with corporate America, and now I'm back in development. I just wanted to say that we're here, my partner and I, Joe, to facilitate and create a methodology in order for Marianne to finish and get this building renovated. We're here before you this evening for a simple reason, to subdivide so that this would help facilitate her to move forward with her project, and maybe in, you know, within 6 months or so, we'd be a new building on the block. And, you know, that's simple. I think it's pretty straightforward. The subdivision, and then, you know, whoever buys the lots or develops the lots in the future, then, you know, we would be open to working with them and making sure that the community is satisfied with what goes on those properties. I know that that's one major concern of the planning board. And then, you know, aesthetically, I'm very familiar with the community of Mount Vernon, and I want to make sure that the aesthetics of Mount Vernon is kept and grown. So again, just if, you know, personally, I think it's pretty straightforward as a subdivision.
Thank you.
Everything is as of right, and zoning complies.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak in regards to this application? One at a time. All right, so again, just state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Goldie Harps. The address is 361 West 125th Street. I'm here on behalf of our leader and founder, Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton. He is for supporting Miriam Lawrence and the application. He's for it. And that's why we are here. We have a couple of members here. We came here to support her. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public would like to speak?
Hi, Liz Forever. I live at 180 Summit Avenue in Mount Vernon, across the street from the property requested. I feel for Ms. Lawrence. Yes, you invested the money into the property, but we went through this last year. It was declined. If the subdivision gets approved, we know what's going to happen. In the future is, the intention is to sell they're going to try and sell the property and someone's going to come in and build. That was the reason we all came out, community from Summit and Claremont, to stop that. Parking is going to be an issue, flooding, a whole multiple things. I feel for her and I understand financially what it is, but that, she put herself in that position. Now, us as neighbors, we want to maintain the look of the way the location is. And we know that if the subdivision is approved, that's what's going to happen. Others are going to come in and they're going to build on the property.
So even with the subdivision, again, as Commissioner Simons mentioned, if the subdivision is granted, if anyone will build, they would need to come back before the planning board and you can come and speak.
It's going to be an issue there. It's going to be an issue.
Well, yeah, that's correct. You're right. If the subdivision is granted. Oh. Right, so just.
Sir. If you want to maintain in here, we can ask you to leave if you have something to say, but take it outside. Go ahead, Lucas.
Oh, right. So, right, just to clarify for the board and for the public, just because the property is subdivided does not automatically mean that development occurs on that site. What's happening is you have a large lot that only has one building, and you're going to subdivide it into other lots that do not have anything on it. So the appearance of the property will remain the same after the subdivision. If an applicant wants to build something, which is their right, people have property rights in this country. That person would come and make an application to build. If that were to occur, the building department would most likely refer the application to the planning board for a site plan review if there is more than a 4-foot change in grade on the site. If there is not and no site plan review is required, it must go before the architectural review board. So at the minimum, you're talking 1 public hearing with public input and a board decision, possibly 2, possibly 3 boards if the housing proposal on the site does not comply fully with zoning. So and also any development that happens on the property would be subject to state environmental quality review. So there should be no misunderstanding with this. The subdivision of this property does not automatically guarantee anything can get built. I've been practicing planning for 25 years here in Westchester County. I have seen subdivisions come and properties subdivided where no building has occurred after. That is, a subdivision does not equal housing construction. That is just not the case.
Thank you. Wait. In case others, I saw someone else walking up. Let's give others a chance to have comments. Again, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Bernice Kennedy, 14 Sageman Street, Mount Vernon. Gentlemen, I just want to say something. I want to address that. You were saying that they have property rights. I'm a property owner. I have rights. And I don't want them coming into my.
Look, I didn't,
No, that's what you say.
I'm staff. Address your comments to the board. I am staff, not a board member.
I'm saying what you said.
But sir.
You said.
Sir.
Address your comments to the board. Address your comments to the board.
Listen. We are here to have a civil.
Okay, all right. But
conversation. Wait. Okay. We're here to have a civil conversation. We are volunteers here to listen to what you guys have to say. There's no need to have combative conversations with anyone.
Good.
Address us and we will address you accordingly, please.
No problem. Well, I'm just going to say one thing. That really bothered me when he said that. Like my property mean nothing. And the newcomers, they got all the rights. That's all I'm saying. Okay?
That was not said.
Okay, all right. That's all I'm saying. What I was going to say is that we went through this before last year. Now, this year, we're coming back through it again. Now, the other gentleman made a statement that they're gonna build so many houses or something like that. He said they're gonna do.
This is a subdivision.
Subdivision.
There's no
Yeah,
building
yeah,
being done here.
But it's gonna be another lot left empty, right? Am I correct? I'm just wondering, am I correct?
It's going to be the existing, well, the applicant Mr. Badali, can you address his comment about the lots?
So there's no construction proposed, it's just proposed to subdivide?
No, how many lots is gonna be?
Oh, total of 3. It goes from 1 to 3.
You gotta hit the lot, right?
It'd be 2 empty lots and 1 with a house on it.
What's the plans for those two empty lots?
I can't speak
I
on.
know you can't. That's my point. That's my point.
Right, so I can't answer rhetorical questions, unfortunately.
That's my point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Again, what was the,
Okay.
1 second.
Okay.
What was the last question you asked?
No, I was asking about what was gonna do with the empty lots.
Right. So again, this is a subdivision.
Yes,
So basically, if we approve the subdivide, it's just that.
yeah.
Somebody else will have to come before, as our staff Lucas mentioned, someone else will have to come before either ARB or planning or something of that nature to build something. It's not just, I bought this land and I can just build. That does not happen.
The only thing, I'm worried about my quality of life over there. I bought my house in '89. And a beautiful home, beautiful home. We had little kids running around. Now the kids got cars. They got, it's hard to find parking spaces as it is. Now we have other people coming in, and it's gonna create a problem for us. And I just wanna express that my quality of life means a lot. And I paid a lot of money for my, my property. And also, I pay a lot of tax. And I just want the board to know that. And I appreciate your consideration in this manner. And I thank you so much.
Correct.
Okay.
Hi,
All right. So again, name and address for the record, please.
my name is Katia Gomes. I live at 153 Summit Ave. I share a property line with the lot in question.
Thank you. Thank you.
I do apologize for the situation, but as a neighbor who shares a property line, we all know how historic this house is. We all know the beauty of that specific block. It is old Victorian homes who are big mansions and have families, and we are already a crowded street. We are surrounded by one side street parking, so on Thursdays and Wednesdays, everybody from those streets will park on our block, and it already increases the amount of just traffic that we get not being able to park. The subdivision, I understand you guys are not building anything, but we all know what that means. There will be somebody eventually that will want to try to build something there that will not look like what we have currently. It is a beautiful lot with old oak trees, and it's beautiful, and it has a lot of vegetation. We would love to see that house be beautified and have somebody or 3 families live there and enjoy the 0.72 acre lot that it is. It's gorgeous, but I don't believe that any of us would be okay with dividing that lot for, in the future, somebody else to want to come here and then build again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Mercado Valdez, and I am here in support of the application for Mary Ann Lawrence. I've been working with her for over a couple of years on this project, and I understand what the neighbors feel. And I also worked with Mr. Lucas for him to present the concept plan back in December to get what you all wanted to see. We care what you wanted, so we listened carefully. We came back and we have now made the house a 3-family. You didn't like a 4-family. You thought it was too much density. You didn't like the parking side. So we brought it back to a 3. And instead of finding need to build, she's found somebody who's willing to buy it as a subdivision and keep it for their children for a long time because they know the difficulty of building in the area. So frankly, this is a way for Mary Ann to save her investment, to put money into the house and to build it. I have to tell you something we found out about that house. That house was one of the most transformational properties in the history of Mount Vernon. It was specifically purchased by Frank Stafford in 1900 for the purpose of creating Westchester Lighting because he wanted to move away from his gas company into lighting. He fully lighted the house and it became the first fully lighted electric house in the history of Mount Vernon. Many people don't know this, but between 1880 and 1920, Mount Vernon was the Silicon Valley of electricity. H. Ward Leonard lived here. Thomas Edison had a plant here, and he worked closely with Frank Stafford. Eventually, Westchester Lighting merged with Edison Lighting. It became part of ConGas, and eventually ConGas absorbed their technology and became Con Edison. It really should have been Con Stratton because he was the one who built the business plan that electrified all of Westchester. You don't have to believe me. Google it yourself and you will see that Francis Augustus Stratton was a giant among men. And that house, 165 Summit, where he lived and was buried, not buried, where he had his funeral, him and his wife, was one of the most important edifices in all of Westchester. We're here to preserve it. We stand with these neighbors. We don't want to see a lot over there. That's why we found some generous people that are willing to buy the subdivisions, keep it for their kids so that we can focus on building the Stratton Edison house. Her presence, Kathleen Trigg, you all saw her on the news, is not an accident. I was a former media executive. We brought her here partially because she's good at publicizing things. This community needs to tell people about its history. The Stratton Edison house was an important piece of property in this city, the very first electrified house in all of Westchester.
3 minutes
The
left.
house that was used as the model to sell electricity to the rest of the world. I think we should preserve that house, and the subdivisions will help us do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well.
Be careful.
James White, 31 Sageman Street, Mount Vernon, New York.
For you.
I'm doing great. How you board members? Just want to remind you guys of why you turned this, I guess we can't talk about the housing now, but we can still talk about the flooding because if you subdivide it. Sageman Street, we get killed with water. Killed with water. My house is flooded. I've been there a little while. My house flooded 10 times from the rain coming down the street. I have neighbors here. They can contest to that. It's a serious condition of flooding. And that subdividing up there is coming right down the hill. We can't talk about parking, right? Because we're just talking about a subdivision at this point, right? Okay, so we'll worry about that. But parking, there's no parking now. I played a video before this board the last time when we turned it down about people getting stabbed over parking spaces. So please consider this and remind yourself why you turned it down the last time. And it was legitimate. Density, parking, the number of people that's coming into that neighborhood. I'm proud of the history lesson I learned tonight, but the history lesson affects our quality of life. Right? We have kids on Sageman Street. The parking, whatever they do up there, the parking is coming down Sageman because there is no other place to park. Claremont is packed right now, Claremont. We have neighbors. Can you imagine, you own the house, you're paying the taxes, you come home and you can't even park? Please consider that. It's a strong possibility, a very strong possibility. You can't park. We got kids that grew up there, they're adults, they still live at home. We got families, got 3, 4 cars on the street. Some people don't have driveways. Can you imagine not coming home and not being able to park in the block that you live and pay taxes on? So please consider that. And the flooding is an issue. If you delay this meeting and have another one, I will bring you the photos, the proof of the flooding, where it's coming from. Mr. Badali, I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it. When he built that whole development on Lincoln and Columbus, I got killed with water. He was going to put the drainage here, this there, that there. The water was going to go down in the ground. All of that water from Lincoln and Columbus, all them homes that he did, all the water drained on me. I'm the one next to that property. And I'm tired of doing floors and basements in my house for flooding. I'm tired of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My voice is a little hoarse. I own my own business, a bus company, a limousine company. I ran Jesse Jackson, all of them. And
What's your name and address?
Charles Daniels, 164 Claremont, next door to what she's trying to build. I feel sorry about what's going on with you, but I already see the plan. The plan is this, boy. There's subdivision, they already have people ready to buy it. It's just the same thing as it's putting it the same way as it is. They still own it. I understand what she's trying to do. She feels she fell in a trap that they got her in a trap. But like he said, division, yes. But we already know the plan. They already have it sold already. So as soon as you do that, they're gonna come back. I lived in Harlem for years. My uncle helped keep Apollo open. I was shopping, I drove him around. Jesse Jackson, all the big chiefs I drove around. I could give calls to them. I'm here for myself. I live next door. I could own 2 properties on Mount Vernon and Harlem, brownstones, my uncle owned. I told him I wanted to come over here. He wanted to give me a brownstone. I said, this is where I want to be. I got my kids, I retired from transit, was supervisor, superintendent. I didn't want it. If they want something, that's theirs. She got stuck with it. Properties get stuck every day. Every day. They got the lawyers here, they can hear it. They got that. They got flood division. They got everything. You got to worry about people living life. You're coming to change your whole life for what people live at. That's not good. You know, you could go home. They can go home happy because the money's there. But what about she lives in New Rochelle? She want to move there, move back to the house. Live back to the house. Move back into it. Show that you really care. Leave New Rochelle. If you speak what you say you truly want to be here, move back into the house. Then sell the properties. Do not come here and tell us you got people coming from upstate. You got people coming from 125th Street. That's nothing to us. We want to hear what you want to bring to the community. Bring to the community. Now, if you don't want me, I will go outside and bring other people in here because I do not like it. I feel sorry for her. I feel very sorry for her, but that's not my fault. But don't make me feel uncomfortable and the community feel uncomfortable. It's not right. Because we don't know who they might sell the property to, but they already sold it. It's already sold. It's nothing to say, it's already sold out. And I sitting here talking to you, unless somebody get paid, you say, I see somebody else on the board, that was his lawyer sitting behind y'all. He shouldn't be over there. He shouldn't at all. He was the lawyer. Now, it's inconvenience that you're putting so many people. Now, it's a question. I don't ever want to question the board that I live in, Mount Vernon, that I took president and said, you know, this is where I want to live. This is where I grow up. This is where kids want to be. This is what I didn't come to be in a population living in Harlem or God stand on the corner. That's what's going to happen. Y'all had the board. When I came here, I read up on y'all. Yes, that man, the best.
Sir, 3 minutes are over. Your 3 minutes are up.
Come on, bro. That's, yeah.
Good evening. I'm here in support of the application, Dwayne Williams, 355 Bronx River Road. Marianne has rights, and every property has rights. You can't disenfranchise somebody's rights because you want to preserve your rights alone. That would be unfair to Marianne and to anybody else that wishes to purchase a property in that area or any area in Mount Vernon. Now, Marianne's wish is to preserve that specific property. The house is a beautiful house. We'll be renovating it into a beautiful historic property that it deserves to be. And that is the thing to consider. She has invested her life savings into that property. Now, to say that she doesn't have the right to preserve it and to maintain her financial stability because somebody else has 8 cars, 2 each for each kid, plus themselves, and they have a parking problem, is not Marianne's issue. She should be able to have her parking spots as per the city ordinances, based on what the city has specified as being a buildable lot. And that should be the only consideration that should be given. If there's a flooding problem, then the city ought to look at what is causing that. It's not a property that only has one house that has a huge empty lot on it. What you're saying is you're able to build as much as you want on your property, on your lot, but she's not able to. That can never be a fair proposition by any standard. So my suggestion is, let's consider the law and fairness, judgment and righteousness. Be righteous to the applicant. Judge fairly. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Giselle Chisholm. I live on 15 Sadron Street. I'm coming and opposing what's being presented today. Much of what we heard in support of what is being proposed is from everyone who does not live in the area. So they wouldn't understand our concerns as, you know, our neighborhood. If she loves the house so much, why isn't she living in there? She should move back because she loves the house so much. Now, we all know the intent of subdivision is to sell, right? So if you're selling, us as neighbors, we're thinking, well, what is a person who's buying going to do with it? They're gonna probably wanna build, not just stare at grass, right? So the reality is, this is what our fear is as a neighborhood, and thinking about what's going on already. In 2020, I bought my house with my husband, and my house does not have a driveway. At that time, we thought it wouldn't be a problem or an issue because there was some parking already on Claremont. Now, in thinking about what this could mean in the future, if somebody was to build on a subdivision lot of land, now I'm paying all these taxes and I'm not able to find parking. My husband is also a public servant for the city of Mount Vernon. And I also don't think that would be fair to him to have to be looking around after he's done served the community for all the hours to now look for parking in the future. Also, schools already have been closed down in Mount Vernon. I have 3 children, and so because of all of the shutdowns of buildings, now there's more overcrowding in Mount Vernon schools. One of my children attend Lincoln, and Lincoln is right on, Lincoln Elementary is on Lincoln. And to get there, the traffic is a nightmare to drop off. Now, if someone is going to subdivide their lot and in the future, someone could perhaps build on it. Now that's just, the residents thinking about, well, there's going to be structures probably built out, of course, with all of the approvals and everything. So just thinking about the overcrowding and, just, being in the neighborhood and not wanting that to have an impact on my family and all of my neighbors. Also with the flooding as well, like one of my neighbors said, Sageman Street gets hit with so much flooding, and it's on like a downhill. So if there's more building in the future, then that will directly impact us. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you.
To answer the 2 individuals that said, why don't I move back into why am I not living in the house? The house is extremely dilapidated. There's no running water, there's all the bathrooms are terrible or whatever. I cannot move into a house that's in that condition. So I'm proposing to take the money from the sale of the subdivided lot in order to renovate the home so I can move back into the house. In addition to that, I have no intention of, although we're going to be selling the lot on Summit, no home is going to be built on that side, at least not within any near future plan. So that's the answer I wanted to provide. I cannot move into the house. I cannot move into the house because the house needs substantial renovation.
Thank you.
Before you go, just one question. That house is a single-family house or is a multi-dwelling
I believe it
house?
was a multi-dwelling house because it was used as a nursing home for a long time. Right now, the existing homes has bathrooms on different levels, so I would think it's a multifamily home. What we initially wanted to do is to bring it to a four-family because it's on the tax assessment as a four-family, but we heard you about the density, so we're scaling back to a three-family. The 3 floors that are there is how we're going to renovate it and move forward as a multifamily, three-family home.
Now, parking is on the street for that three-family home?
We don't.
Or you have?
We have a large driveway, which
So they
the-
have a driveway
the
to do that.
residents now are currently using. Every
Okay.
day I drive by, there's 1 or 2 cars in my driveway. In addition to that, you know, there's so much up in arms about this property, yet they use it for dumping. I mean, right now, there's a white refrigerator on there. I've cleared about 4 or 5 mattresses off the property. With someone literally every day throw the dog poop on the property. So the concern, you know, what's the concern here? The concern is with parking, but it has nothing to do with me. My house can accommodate at least 8 cars.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just like, that's it.
1 second.
She's saying that she don't have no money, but she has investors that has invest into the property. If you look deep into it, I look deep into it. She has more investors into it. There's investors that's into the property. She's the face owner of the property. I have people that did real estate on the property, find out what's going on. She's the face, but reality, she has backers ready to buy the land, okay? And number 2 is nobody throws on that property at all because every day I'm outside sweeping, I'm outside making sure everything is taken care in that neighborhood. The whole neighborhood could tell you I'm like the mayor of the neighborhood. No, nothing's on that property. Or I will go move it, okay? And I got people here will back you up. You understand? I'm not against the thing, but reality is don't come here, tell the truth, okay? That's all I ask.
So again, no, you're fine. You can sit down. I was just saying, remember, this application is for a subdivision, right? Okay, listen. This application is for a subdivision. This application is not to approve any building, anything. This application unfortunately will not help water going forward, right? So no parking, right? This is just a subdivision. As Lucas mentioned earlier, if this application is approved and someone wants to buy the land and build, they would need to go through the process of coming before said boards to ensure all the necessary steps are in place. I just want to make sure we are clear what a subdivision is, okay? Okay, it's not about listening. We have to vote on what's up before us. We can't vote on what will happen, okay? I wanted to make that clear. Thank you, sir.
Well, I didn't want to waste my steps up here, and you reiterated what I wanted to say. It's simple, it's straightforward. It's as of right. All of the zoning works, all of the parking regulations, all of the soil testing and everything has to work for this building permit to be issued. And it's, you know, right now, we want to facilitate rebuilding or renovating this building, and the subdivision is very straightforward. And
Thank you.
we hope to get an approval tonight.
Thank you. Is anyone else? Well, let me tell you. Again, state your name, yep, and address.
Maura, I live at 55 Claremont Avenue, and I have a question. So it's going to be a 3-family home, that's what's before us now, and the subdivision, or we just talking about the subdivisions?
So the 3-family home is already existing, right? It's just a subdivision of 3 separate pieces of land, right? the two in the back and the one that's currently existing, correct?
Okay. That was my question. I want to be clear that, so those, you'll be renting, will those apartments be rented?
I don't know.
Because that's going to create parking issues as well.
However, she already owns it. So if she puts tenants in the three family, we don't have,
Yeah, my
she doesn't need us to do that. She
My
doesn't.
concern is the parking, and I'm gonna say to the people on Summit, that's one of the that's the cleanest, most pristine block in that area. I've never seen trash on the sidewalks. I've never, and in that, I've admired that house forever.
Miss, address us. So
Yeah.
speaking to the mic.
I've admired that house forever. It's a beautiful home. And you know, she's fortunate that she was able to purchase it, and unfortunately, things didn't go right. And hopefully everything works out now. My concern will always be parking though.
Again, this subdivision does not affect your parking. All right, so I think this is,
So I just want to mention, like my neighbor said, the stuff that's outside of that property came from inside of the house. The cars that have been parked there have been lately working on that house. We do not throw trash. It is not that type of neighborhood, thankfully. We clean up of ourselves. There's nobody there. It is an empty lot. I had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting her partner, who greeted the neighbors with a lot of chaos. And his intentions were to create extravagant things with the block, and we were not okay with that at the time, and we're not okay with it now, because yes, a subdivision will have to go through its process and meet with you again. We'll be here again then, if you do that. We'll be here again to let you know that we're not okay with that, and it will affect our neighborhood. And it's a beautiful block. We've lived there all our lives, and we just want you to listen to our concerns, even knowing it is a subdivision. We understand that. I promise you, we all understand what we're here for today. But you'll see us in the future with more problems if this does eventually go forward. Thank you for your time, guys.
and that's why we have a public hearing, so that you can come forward and express your concerns. Nothing is rubber stamped. Again, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Mara Dixon, Maxwell, 11 Sageman Street. I know you're going to say that you're not talking about building, but the last year we were here and the board gave them a proposal that they could build, and the neighbors agreed that they could scale it down and build 2 one-family house plus the house that's there. Why didn't they just do that and don't put us through this, and then next year we have to come back again to go through this? Right?
I could certainly address that.
Yeah, if she's finished. I don't know, are you finished speaking?
Yeah, that's that's my concern, that we have to come back every year we're senior citizens. It's now
I know it's late.
almost 10 o'clock. We're here since 6 o'clock. If anybody working, they came from work. And then next year we have to come back here again. Thank God it's not winter. Last year we come out in the cold to do this. And then this year again, and then next year, and you know, why put us through all of this?
It's not us. As applicants come before the planning departments and bring these developments to us, we are here. Again, it's similar to you. We all come from work. We've been here since 6 as well. So we're all in this together. Mr. Shaheen.
You showed up earlier than me for the work session. So I just a point of clarification in what Marianne was first presenting in the comment that she made that may have been misconstrued, in that what she was saying that it wasn't honored. What she meant was that, yes, it was proposed to reduce the original project. That never made it to her. That decision was made exclusive of Marianne through her partner. And that's what what she meant to say. And in that sense, yes, that it was worked on and it was thought of to reduce the project. Unfortunately, she did not have that consideration at the time. And then that partnership disbanded, and we're now before you with a completely new partnership that does not wish to build anything. And they are not builders. They are strictly seeking to subdivide the land, to recoup an investment, to then beautify the existing building. That's essentially the application that's here before, and that's the genesis of how they got here. So,
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Sure.
All right. I'm using.
Just have one question, just about this. The question I have to you is, I'm not a lawyer, they're lawyers. What would you be voting? You voting on allowing the subdivision, or how do we know if this is environmentally right for whoever else, the building department, the architectural board?
So a subdivision, right? The land will stay the way it is. So environmental, all that's not going to come into play because there's no construction being done on it.
Doesn't it have to be drawn in the building department to what they want to do? It has to be drawn somewhere, right?
But I'm saying drawings has nothing to do with construction. You said environmental and things, and nothing's
Okay,
being
well,
built.
at some point.
Nothing's being built on the property.
All right, so your job is to approve it or disapprove it, and then where does it go next?
Well,
To the county.
I'll just speak a little bit loud. The subdivision will be subject to county approval, and that does go to the county health department as well. No, just a point of clarification. So there is an environmental review as it relates to the county health department, which reviews the water, sewer, and stormwater.
For approval. I have to.
For approval of the actual subdivision. So subject to approval of this board, I would then make an application, what's called a realty subdivision application to the Westchester County, and the county will review the water, sewer, and other environmental factors.
Again, that's before they approve it.
No, it's after. It would be after. Only if they approve it, then I am not allowed to make the county application without approval from this board.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
getting.
Thank you. All right. So thank you. So I make a motion. I make a motion to I'm making a motion to keep the public hearing open. All in favor by saying aye. All opposed? Oh, make a motion to make a public hearing. Keep the public hearing open. Do I have a second? All in favor by saying aye. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is it your intention to adjourn this matter to the June 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. In that case, since this is an unlisted action pursuant to State Environmental Quality Review Act, I recommend that you someone from the board make a motion to direct staff to prepare a lead agency circulation, which can then go to all interested and involved agencies. Perfect.
I make a motion that we conduct lead agency as the planning board so that the appropriate documentation can be expanded to the appropriate departments. Okay?
Second.
All in favor by saying aye?
Okay, thank you. I will do that circulation tomorrow.
Thank you.
So this case is this application is being adjourned till the June 3rd.
Thank you.
Meeting. All right? Thank you. Thank you. All right, we ask that you leave quietly as we still have a meeting going.
Okay. We got one.
Hello?
Everyone, please leave quietly. Please leave quietly. Thank you.
All right, so now that we have, this is a continued public hearing, case 4.5, case number PB 23-16, 127 South Terrace Avenue, section 164.84, block 1061, lot 17 in the I Industrial District. Regarding public notice, the board has received an affidavit of mailing stating that on April 22nd, 2026, notice was mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the site. An affidavit of sign posting stating that on April 17, 2026, a sign posted at the site giving notice of the planning board May 6, 2026 meeting. Publication was submitted showing the notice was published in the Journal News on April 22nd and 26th and on April 23rd, 2026. The owner is John Riggio. Rosario is represented by Shaheen Badali. The applicant is requesting a site plan approval to convert an existing two-story commercial building into a cannabis dispensary. As part of the conversion, the building would undergo interior alterations, including removal and addition of non-loading bearing partitions, new flooring throughout the new doors throughout, and existing asphalt parking area at the front of the building is also proposed to be replaced. The subject property is 9,450 square feet, is located on South Terrace Avenue between South Street and Grove Street, near South Equestrian Parkway and the industrial zone. Secret determination, the proposed action formally required a use variance, and as such, it was classified as an unlisted action under SECRA. The Zoning Board of Appeals declared lead agency on the application on its September 19, 2023 meeting. At its November 20th, 2023 meeting, the zoning board referred the application to the city council for a zoning text amendment. On January 24th, 2024, the city council adopted a negative declaration regarding its uncoordinated review of the unlisted action, enacted law number 1-2024, a local law to amend chapter 267 of the code of the city of Mount Vernon to regulate cannabis retail dispensaries and consumption sites. In light of the code revision for planning board purposes, the proposed action is a type 2 action under SECRA based on its 6 NYCRRC 18, reuse of a residential or commercial structure or of a structure containing mixed residential and commercial uses, where the residential or commercial use is a permitted use under the applicable zone, law, or ordinance, including permitted by special use permit, and the action does not meet or exceeds any of the threshold in section 617.4 of this part, therefore ending the SECRA process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the hour certainly grows late, so we're going to cancel our musical portion of our presentation. We're going to cancel that and just move into the text. My name is Mark Blanchard. I'm an attorney for the project. I'm with the law firm of Veneroso, Curto, Schwartz, and Achinelli.
I'm joined by my co-counsel, my colleague Stephen Achinelli is here with me this evening. Mr. Baddeley is our project engineer, project architect. And as you noted, sir, the owner, John Ruggiero, is here with us also this evening. I made a joke in the beginning, but honestly, I will kind of summarize what we're going to do as that lengthy intro into this matter suggested or chronicled. We were in front of the board, went to the zoning board for a use variance. Zoning board kicked it over to city council. They wound up taking up this concept and codifying the cannabis dispensary use into the code, thus extinguishing the need for the use variance. With the redesign of the project, we did trigger a parking variance, went back to zoning, went through the 5-part analysis of the test, proved that we would fit into the neighborhood and fit those criteria. And we did. We are here now with the requested variances in hand. So what that means is, just very quickly, we were able to show to the zoning board that we fit seamlessly into the neighborhood. It wasn't a detrimental effect on the neighborhood. And just to elaborate on that point slightly is, Mr. Ruggiero has been successfully operating this business for over 2 years. They started off as the first cannabis dispensary in Westchester County. Now there are numerous ones in numerous communities, but he has been active for over 2 years. It's a successful business. There are no issues with parking. There are no issues operationally, no issues with deliveries. So we are here back in front of you. We do have plans. We do have things to show you, but we are here kind of all the way full circle back to the beginning. It's really a legalization issue for the building department to issue that formal certificate of occupancy. And we're here for essentially an approval of a legalization for a successful business that's going on for 2 years. So that's kind of the summary that I prepared. I don't think there's any real need to go into it now. Mr. Baddeley can get up and answer any specific technical questions, but that's essentially why we're here this evening.
So currently, do you have a TCO and you're just waiting for a
Yes.
TCO?
With TCO, there were some violations. That's all been handled. Everything's been handled through the building department. We're fine with that. And now we need this step. This is a very formal step. It's a formal requirement for in terms of the building department. And we're looking for your site plan approval to go back to the building department for their final steps.
Thank you. Ms. Badali?
So just to briefly speak about the actual site improvements that were made, they're very limited. The existing buildings are what they are. They haven't been modified in their bulk or their shape, nor even their entries, really. I mean, there's new storefronts, but their entry locations are the same. We striped a lot, so the striping is new. There's 9 parking spaces, including an accessible space. The fencing that fronts the property was new, so it is part of this application as well. There is no opportunity for us to landscape the existing lot, but we did propose on the site plan to coordinate with DPW to provide some planters or some plantings along the sidewalk. As DPW sees fit, we do the maximum that they would allow us. That's honestly the entire application as it relates to site plans. We did submit a camera plan. When we went to the zoning board, we did submit a traffic and a parking study to prove that we have actually well beyond, or I should say, well more parking than we actually need for actual utilization versus the zoning code. And so as it relates to the intensity of the site plan, it's fairly limited. It's really just the striping of the parking lot and the creation of that circulation where we have 1 curb cut to enter the property. We have 9 spaces and then another curb cut to exit. And as was stated previously, in the 2 years of operation, there apparently has been no issues related to ingress and egress of the site. And there appears to always be available parking for the customers as well. And that's really it.
That fact. Thank you, Mr. Baddeley. That fact was borne out. We did have a traffic study. Representatives from our third-party traffic, JMC Traffic Engineering, came on site, did the observations, produced a report for the zoning board. It wasn't 1 meeting in front of the zoning board. I believe it was 3, at least 2. I'm not remembering as I'm standing here, but we presented a independent report to the zoning board to satisfy their concerns about the parking. And again, I hate to be a broken record, but we have been in operation for over 2 years, and it's been, there are no queuing, there's no street blockages, nothing like that. There's adequate parking.
So all the work is being done, this is interior work that needs to be done. Again, you just basically, as you mentioned, just making this legalizing this to get the formal CO for this property.
Correct, right. The internal work is really completed. Yeah, I mean, everything is finished.
Oh, well, I said will undergo interior iteration. I didn't, did I read that?
You did that already, right?
Right, that's all finished.
Oh, so
Right.
that's all done. Okay. All right.
Right, that's what, but we can't like close out those permits and everything hinges this is our last step to go back to building and wrap it up.
Gotcha. Any staff, any comments or anything, regarding this application?
No, this has been thoroughly reviewed
Right.
for several years.
Commissioners, anything?
That's the understatement.
Council? No issues. So,
I guess just to put on the record, our request would be to close the public hearing and for you to vote on approval.
yeah, just anyone from the public here to speak on this application and for or against? All right, so, I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
So, I'll make a motion to vote to approve the application, with staff, any resolutions that need to go along with this or?
Right, you should vote to have staff prepare a resolution of approval.
Okay.
And that would then be voted on at the next meeting.
All right, so I make a motion to have staff prepare a draft resolution that will be voted on for next meeting. All in favor? Do I have a second to that? All in favor by saying aye? All right, so it's been moved and properly second. All right, so staff will draft up a resolution for next meeting. All right?
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
that.
Is the people outside, is it clear? That we can open that door back? Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, so. Oh, it's a new public hearing.
Yeah.
4.6, case number PB 26-5, 133 South Terrace Avenue, section 164.83, block 1061, lot 16 in the industrial zoning district. Regarding public notice, the board has received an affidavit of mailing stating that on April 22nd, 2026, notice was mailed to property owners within a 500-foot radius of the site. An affidavit of sign posting stating that on April 17, 2026, a sign was posted at the site giving notice of the planning board's May 6, 2026 meeting. The board also received photographs showing that the sign posted on the property provided notice for today's meeting. Proof of publication was submitted showing the notice was published in the Journal News on April 22nd, 2026, and on April 23rd, 2026. The owner is John Ruggio, and is represented by Shaheen Badali, the lead design professional. The applicant is requesting a site plan approval to convert an existing storage room structure into an auto body shop in an existing 2.5 story mixed-use occupancy building. The first floor is currently already being used as a commercial space for auto body shop and needs to have a certificate of occupancy approved to do so, necessitating the need for retroactive site plan approval as well. It is additionally connected to the portion of the mixed-use occupancy building, both adjacent to the street, in which the first and second stories are used as residential occupancy with 3 apartment units. Secret determination. The proposed action appears to be a type 2 action based on 617.5 C18, reuse of a residential or commercial structure or of a structure containing mixed residential and commercial uses, whether residential or commercial use is a permitted use under the applicable zoning law or ordinance, including permitted by special use permit, and the action does not meet or exceeds any of the thresholds in section 617.4, ending the secret process.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Mark Blanchard again.
Yes.
We have the same team assembled. I'm here with my colleague, Stephen Accinelli, here with our project engineer and architect, Mr. Shaheen Badalay, and the owner, John Ruggiero, is here with us as well. This project, so this property, this use, this business is directly adjacent to the prior application, and it bears many similarities. What it does not have is that municipal momentum, the legislative approval, the zoning board approval. But what it does have is, and it exceeds the prior application, is an operational history. So this space has been used in some kind of auto body repair or body shop service for literally decades. And it is one of those issues where we had just saw with a retroactive approval to basically finalize and fix some things that are going on in the building department. There are no existing violations. This step here in front of you is just like the last one, where we need a retroactive site plan approval to close out a building department file and get our CO. Mr. Badalay could answer any sort of technical questions, but the use, again, just like the other one, it's been in use for many, many years, no issues with the neighborhood. Existing seamlessly as it is. That South Terrace Avenue is kind of an interesting block. It's very heavily industrial, but there are residential pockets. In fact, there's one right in front of us. So it, yeah. It's this is old school Mount Vernon neighborhood. You find these neighborhoods in Yonkers, Mount Vernon, downtown New Rochelle. So just looking for a legalization of an existing use.
Mr. Badalay?
Thank you. So the site itself actually has no work proposed. The trigger that made us come before you is the request for a certificate of occupancy, and because of the use that we're proposing, which is that auto repair, auto body, it triggers us going before the board. The actual construction work is strictly limited to retro or installing a spray booth realistically on the first floor. There is no work to the site itself. There's nothing that's impacting any of the existing site access. The spray booth itself is getting an emissions point that's being approved by the health department. It's going well above the roof without any impact to any, what they call a device or anything that can, be affected by its emissions. Otherwise, the property has effectively been used as an auto repair, I want to say more than decades, but I don't have the proof of that. But I do believe for an extremely long time. And as was stated too, the most of the street is not just industrial, but is actually mostly improved with auto repair and auto body uses as well. So it does fit well within the neighborhood.
So, the applicant just recently purchased this auto body shop, or you owned it, so if you want to come to the stand and state your name and address for me, please.
John Ruggiero. I have owned it for, let's say, since 2018.
Okay. So you were operating without a CO at this particular place, at this particular auto body shop, and now coming here before us to pretty much get a CO so you can legally operate your auto body shop.
Yes. If that was.
If I may clarify, the spray booth does not exist in the space today. So though we are legalizing it, the spray booth is a new construction.
Right.
And the auto repair, though the building just doesn't have a certificate of occupancy, it's unclear how it was legally built and what it was originally intended to be used for. And so it's not clear cut that he's illegally using the building as an auto repair, but we are here before you as a legalization. That is the nature of the application. But on the purchase of the building, it was already an auto repair space. And we haven't found a record in the building department that differs from that space was used differently. So I just want to clarify that the intent of ownership is not was not to operate it illegally. It was just the nature of the age of the building and the lack of correct paperwork.
I understand that. We had a similar situation previously with another auto body shop, which, with a CO. So I understand what you're saying.
And just to close the loop on that thought process, once the, let's say, all best case scenario, the application is approved tonight, we go back to the building department. We have no indication whatsoever that the building department's going to object. In fact, we are waiting for them. When we go back, they will bless this use and then issue the CO. So they are fully aware of the use, of course, obviously, and we expect no turbulence, if you will, whatsoever after this step with this board.
I have one question. All right, so before it was an auto body shop, right? And then you want to add the spray?
Well, I may be imprecise. It was an automobile repair shop for, I want to say decades, but we think it was almost 100 years. But it's an automobile service repair site. It's morphed into, with John's work, it's morphed into a body shop. So we're looking now to legalize but when we came in to do the spray booth, a lot of this was uncovered, that approvals weren't in the file. We thought they were. So it's morphing from the auto repair into, I guess, a different form of auto repair, a body shop. And then that spray booth for the painting is entirely self-contained internally. And as Shaheen said, has the proper ventilation and it's subject to another jurisdictional approval, the Westchester County Department of Health. So we're remaining within the auto repair, but we're refining it to auto body. Yes.
Okay, I think what my biggest concern is the toxicity of the air and the proximity of the people that are living there.
Yes.
And the people next door. So,
Yeah, that's strictly I'm sorry, if you cut, I didn't mean to cut you off. That's strictly regulated by the Westchester County Department of Health. Much like a dry cleaner or any kind of admission, or even restaurants are subject to it. So, yeah, kitchen. So with that's a separate, we understand your concern, but that is a separate standalone approval from the Westchester County Department of Health. You could grant site plan approval and the Westchester County Department of Health, it has to be satisfied on their own criteria.
okay,
So, yeah.
I understand.
But that's a great question, a very good concern, and it's very strictly regulated. Thank you.
So wait, hold on. I have a few questions. So this is the red building here, which says 133 South Terrace Avenue.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Everybody
That's
sees that.
residential portion.
Now, you're trying to, where the silver part
To the-
opening to the left.
Just
Oh, to the right, to the right.
Down the long driveway, you see the garage in the back, the bay door in the back.
So the car will go into this long driveway. And do what?
Well, the door.
Oh, she showed me the extra piece of it. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand. So now you want to be a CON for that piece of the,
Right.
I got it.
It's
Okay.
already existing. Like as mentioned, we're not doing it in addition. There's no expansion of the
It's
footprint.
already existing.
Yeah.
Thank you, my Commissioner Helene. Thank you.
I thank you as well.
Area either, the same area.
Okay, yes, okay.
That's a good point. There's no, and I'm here to say those exact words. There's no intensification of that use. So I appreciate that.
Needed the extension. Now- Got it.
Okay. So, because this is shown as a new public hearing, right, we go through the same process. So, cameras on the building showing the, exterior and things of that nature. Is that in place? Do you have those cameras that you can show me?
Don't have a draft of a drawing that displays them. We can certainly describe it to you tonight, but I said it's not a drawing that displays it.
Do you have the, I do have the cameras on my phone and they also are linked to the Mount Vernon Police Department with that program. We signed up for that and we have our cameras for the cannabis dispensary and the automotive shop linked to the video room in the police station.
And a 60-day retention on?
Yes.
Okay. Stormwater
Stormwater drainage, on the property, or all the stormwater are being held on the property. Talk to me.
So yes, being that it is 100-plus-year-old building, it does have a connection to the street, does not have a stormwater management system on site. Correct. The inside of the building, there's a more water separator system for the actual auto body use.
What you gonna say?
No, I'm just looking at it.
So you're saying, so does the area have an issue with stormwater? I know you said it's an old building and things of that nature, but again, anytime it comes before us, we gotta go through the process. We
Please.
wanna make sure that the water is being retained on the property. Is that, you're saying that that is the case here, or are you saying that's not the case here?
So the water is fully contained.
It's completely-
However, I have not personally been to the site on a rainy day to guarantee you that I don't know the exact condition of the site on a rainy day, but the site is fully contained with its stormwater currently.
Okay.
And the building department is aware of the current design, and due to the age of the building department had not flagged any issue relating to stormwater needing upgrades or anything of that nature. So they are, as far as we're concerned with them, as far as I know, the building department is fully in agreement that we are in compliance with their code. Right, there's been no modifications to the pavement. There's really no construction on site at all.
Yeah, did you bring a lighting plan just to show us how the site is, the lighting plan for the site? No.
No, we did not.
It has lighting,
There are a few lights above the existing doors, just at the doors.
Everything was based upon existing fixtures. We're not planning on.
Any other commissioners have any, I know you said lighting, what was the other question you had?
I just said lighting and noise. Is there noise, will there be any level of noise in that area, spraying,
It's fully contained in an enclosed building, and then if they were to be spraying, that's then inside of a booth. So that really, yeah, the noise would definitely be contained. I'd also like to just mention that, and I don't know if it's open, just the owner has operated an auto body just a few doors down on this block successfully for many, many years, as far as I know, with no complaints. And they would continue to operate successfully right next door as well.
This is the elevator.
That's the other guy.
Here's the building. And then there's this piece right here.
Any comments from staff or?
Yes, the application was reviewed by the Department of Public Works. They responded with no comments or objections. And then the fire department also reviewed it. They responded with some comments which I can read. Okay. So it says here, this is from the Deputy Commissioner of the Fire Department. Upon reviewing our records, it appears that First Class Auto Repairs is operating from the rear of the premises. This is not a registered repair shop. A fire inspection is necessary before this application can be processed further. FDMV concerns regarding our vapor from painting, sanding, and finishing bodywork, disposal of hazardous materials. Storage of combustible materials shall be kept in an OSHA certified locker or cabinet. Ventilation due to 2 multifamily homes adjacent to the property. Parking and storage of vehicles awaiting or in the process of repair. Plans for a spray booth shall be submitted. A sprinkler shall be installed inside the spray booth. Additional guidance on NFPA 33 and NFPA 30A. That's the comments.
Sure. So just to clarify that we would definitely comply with all of the conditions and commentary from the fire department. I'll just run through them one by one. all of the prep work is done inside the building. It's a fairly large footprint on the first floor. It fits, that's why I was flipping the page. If I had to guesstimate, 10 cars in there aside from the spray booth. I mean, it's a big first floor. So they have and it's only one booth, so they wouldn't even be prepping 90 cars. So everything can fit within that space. The future disposal of hazardous materials, the storage of combustible materials, all of that is done in regulation with what New York State and the regulations of operating an auto body are controlled. So they absolutely will provide what's required by law, and they wouldn't have a choice. The ventilation for the multifamily residences, so, I mean, those buildings exist and are ventilated. We can certainly provide ventilation separately to ensure that they have additional fresh air into the spaces. Parking and storage of the vehicle, that's the one we just went over. Plans for the spray booth themselves, I mean, the only reason why we didn't provide detailed plans is just because it's typically subject to the health department. We can certainly submit a further record. And just to clarify the last comment of a sprinkler system inside the spray booth, that it would be a fire suppression system. It's very similar, but it is a little more robust than a sprinkler system. And so that would definitely also, it's code required and would absolutely be installed. And then any other requirements, NFPA 33 and 30A are also related to painting and other processes. So we are by law bounded by those requirements as well. Correct.
And ventilation seems to be an issue as expressed by the fire department. So you don't have a spray booth now. How will you paint the vehicles?
They are not painting the vehicles on this site yet. They are not. They have an auto body just not at 127. The next building over is an auto body that the ownership controls currently.
I think they're raising it for the installation of the spray booth. It's a prospective concern. Once the spray booth is installed, they're flagging this as a concern to make sure, just like the commissioner did.
Potential.
Yeah, the potential for vapor, the potential for the vapor and the sanding and the treatment. So it's their job, right, to just flag this, that we're in compliance with what the law requires.
The operation includes body work.
Currently. Yes.
Oh, currently there is no body work. It is strictly auto repair. The application proposes to modify the auto repair shop to a body shop, in essence, installing the spray booth. The spray booth, in essence, makes it the body shop.
I'm sorry, I might have been imprecise with that. Yeah.
What about
But not spraying or painting.
Mechanical work and mechanical, they're having a little confusion. It's automotive repair, which is like mechanical stuff, like your brakes and, I mean, we do towing, so we maintain our tow truck, so it's automotive repair. But we're looking to do, we're looking to do auto body repair, which is say if you get into an accident or, body parts of the car instead of mechanical parts.
clear what a body work?
Yes.
Whatever.
Yes.
One thing we would request is when you look at that fire department list, these are all statutory requirements, either health requirements, DEC, environmental requirements, legal requirements, New York State building code requirements. So I think it would be appropriate to list all of those conditions in the fire department memo as conditions of your approval that we would have to adhere to get the CO and maintain a valid certificate of occupancy. Like, for example, it wouldn't be necessarily for another meeting. It would just be a condition of approval that we have to apply because these are all prospective improvements. So we would want those attached as conditions of approval should you vote on an approval for this evening. Thank you.
Okay, is anyone here from the public to speak on this application for or against? No? Is anyone online, Will? No? Yeah, Charles is there. He's there. Okay. I make a motion to close public hearing. Is there a second?
Aye. Second.
All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right, so, Secret's done already, correct?
This is type 2 action, so we don't have to, we don't have to go through it.
So, I could make a motion to have staff draft a resolution for next meeting.
Right, to approve the application, if that's your intention. Staff can, direct staff to draft a resolution for you to vote on at the next meeting, yes.
With the conditions.
With, yes, with conditions.
There's the same proposal, got a fire department and everything else, correct?
Correct, yes.
So I make a motion, for staff to draft a resolution with the conditions proposed by the fire department.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have a second? All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right, so that closes, this hearing at this time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you for your attention.
And we see you next meeting, June 3rd. All right?
And we're happy to go in front of that other application if you wanted us to.
I make a motion to adjourn today's meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.